How we doing? You alright? Good to see you all. How are things? So, I'll start up here where it says, welcome everyone, thanks for joining. Please hit that. What's that? Hit that. Obviously, subscribe and hit the notification bell. Um, a special welcome to all the new members. Thank you to everybody. Obviously, if you want to become a member yourself, Blue Angel Taco, hit that link. You get access to all the videos and all the members only videos and everything, so you get access to everything. So please, please support the channel. Thank you. We've got the merch there as well. Thank you very much. And also, if you want to support the channel, consider donation. Slightly changed from yesterday. New PayPal link, new Wise link. Wise is something new I'm using, and then buy me a coffee as well. And again, thank you to everyone that donated yesterday. I'm going to get a new set of headphones now because of your donation. So thank you very much, guys. So here we are. Start a little bit later today. We've got day 3. Sorry, I'm losing my voice. Well, day 3 and day 4 today. So by the end of today, we can be all caught up on this trial. Then on Monday, we're going to be live, as in same as everyone else. So that's the plan anyway. So if you've missed day 3, if you plan on whatever, we're going to watch it all today. So day 3 and day 4 today. People say, why do you do it? Why not? That's my answer. Why not? Why wouldn't we do it? Let's smash it all out. Just get the video up there. Got it there. So yeah, let's smash it out. Let's get this trial. Let's get it up to date. Krieger family trial, obviously, no court today, no court on Monday. But obviously, if you remember, you can get caught up on that. On the weekend, we got Matt Moore trial tomorrow. For those of you that are following that trial with the defendant himself, so that's interesting. So make sure you're here for that. That's 11 o'clock on Saturday, tomorrow. I'm not sure if you hear that. That's a builder. Hello again from Omar Kath, South Africa. Keep safe. Hi, Kathy. Lovely to see you. You always pop in, so I'm always grateful when you pop in. I hope that Mary Vivian from New York pops in. She said she might pop in this morning, but everyone else that's here, hello, lurkers. No one's saying anything, but except for Kathy. But hello to you all. Let me get the stream ready now. We're going to be playing it at, excuse me, we're playing at 1.25 speed, so in about hopefully 5 hours we'll be done with this day. We'll start the other day straight away. Start day 4 straight away. And day 4 is actually live right now. Well, later on, but today. So, hello, Josie, my lovely. Josie, I've listened to, I would say, over half the podcast. Well done. Who speaks? Who's speaking? It's a very soothing voice on the Wrongful Pod. If you're not seeing it, go to the Wrongful Pod and have a listen. I've listened to, I would say, probably just over half now as of today. It's been half me to listen because I've got a builder in, but I've listened to half of it. That's you! Shut the front door. Shut the front door. Hello, before I get, hello, Monica. Hello, my lovely. What are you doing, darling? Again, thank you for your generosity yesterday, Monica. You're a star. Thank you, thank you, thank you, and welcome. Josie, shut the front door. Let's have a chat, Josie. Josie, I was mesmerised. I was like, ooh, who's this voice? Because I didn't obviously don't recognise voices, So, oh, this is nice and soothing. I could listen to this all day. So, oh, that's you. Honestly, great job. I loved it. I was like, oh, I actually guessed. I thought it was Kayla. I was guessing to myself, who is this voice? I thought, best Kayla. I don't know why. It's you. Jesus, you got a nice voice. You got a great voice. Yeah, and you know, I love the fact that Zenith and everyone's on it, so as well. Yeah, good. Oh, fantastic! I didn't know that. Look, check you out, you star. You star, you. I can't watch it. Wait to listen to the rest of it now. Knowing it's you. For some reason, I thought you would have a bitchy voice like that. No, it's soothing. It's a soothing voice. Amazing. So well done, you girl. You go hit it, girl. Um, Nunya. Hello, nuns. Hello, Katie. Hello, Sarah P. Oh, wow. I'm loving it. So if you haven't watched it, go to the Wrongful Pod. Mine's still here. I've got it right open here now. I've got it right open here. Um, this is the link that I got for it. Just so you guys. That if you're listening on YouTube, but you've got other stuff you can listen on, but that's why I'm listening at the minute. The Wrongful Pod. Sarah P. Honestly, Joe, you shocked me. You've made my day. Hello, Sarah P. Hello, Kathy. Hello, Katie. My husband might think it's bitch. Well, I mean, I honestly, I didn't think that was you. I thought, no way. Oh, you just made my day, honestly. That's fantastic. I honestly love it. You got a great voice. Hello, everyone. Katie. Oh, wow. Okay, so I'm a bit shocked starting off today. Hiya, Josie again. Hiya, Kathy. Nuns is here, so everyone's here. I think most people are here now. Obviously, there's a few stragglers not here. So, yeah. So once we've got quite a few new members. Obviously, people from Washington becoming members recently to try and listen to the new stream. So welcome to them. Obviously, we'll enjoy it whilst we can for this month because obviously they won't continue. But I'm glad that they have joined at least a month. So welcome to everybody there. And yeah, thank you to everyone else for supporting. As I say, yesterday everyone was way too generous yesterday. Now I've got a new set of headphones coming tomorrow. Thanks to Hens and Monica, well, and everyone else. But do you know what I mean? I did push out the full new set, and the girls came clutch. So I've got a new one coming tomorrow. Jesus, because that's how I listen at the minute. So I'm gonna put this up. Oh, I'll figure it out. Anyway, you're not here to see me. You're here to look at the trial. So hang on, let me go back here. There. Right, so we're back here. Today's a bit of a long one, but I think, yeah, we're gonna go through this. We're gonna smash it. We're gonna smash this today. So I'm losing my voice again, I think. So, right, let's listen. Let's go then.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, ma'am.
Thank you. May be seated. Please watch your step.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, can you state your name and spell your name before the vote, please?
Stephen Prince, STEPHENPRINCE.
And Detective Prince, can you just kind of introduce yourself to the jury, let them know what it is you do for a living, your qualifications, training?
I work for the Dallas Police Department. I worked there for about 16 years. I'm currently assigned to the robbery unit. I've been there for about 8 years now. Before that, we were in the academy and we did the training for police academy specifically for Dallas, where we learned criminal code of procedure. We learned defensive tactics and arrest, search and seizure, crime scene investigation. There's continued classes we had to take regarding those things. And as we grew into being a police officer into a detective, we took additional arrest warrant training and interview techniques and things like that. I was at Southeast Patrol for a few years, and then I worked in the fugitive unit or the Metro Task Force back then for about 5 years, 3 or 4 or 5 years. And then now I'm in the robbery unit now. I'm also assigned to the FBI Violent Crime Task Force, and where I currently work for both the robbery unit and as a task force officer.
And as far as the FBI task force is concerned, can you tell the jury a little bit more, number one, about how you were able to be assigned to that task force and what that is?
So coming out of the robbery unit, the FBI created a violent crime task force in the Dallas area. There are special agents from the FBI on that task force, as well as detectives from other units from the Dallas Police Department and from other violent crime units throughout the Metroplex, Grand Prairie, Mesquite, and Dallas. We are tasked with investigating violent crimes. Many of them have a nexus for federal crimes. Like not every state crime is necessarily a federal crime. So our focus is on violent crimes as well as nexus to federal investigations.
How did you come to be a part of that?
I was selected to be part of it. Every few years spots come open, and they approached me with interest, and I wanted to go over there, so I asked to go over.
And as far as that task force is concerned, can you kind of tell the jury about how you all work together and what types of cases you get involved in?
Well, since I work for the robbery unit, generally the cases I bring are aggravated robberies and robberies, as well as we do bank robberies and kidnappings for ransom specifically, but kidnappings where it's like not families involved. We will investigate other violent crimes that we're invited when we're invited to the investigation, and if we're specifically invited to assist on any investigation, we can assist with that if necessary. But generally, my job is to focus on large serial offenses, specifically bank robberies. Many of them are business related or vehicle related. So if there's a string of business robberies we believe to be related, we'll get tasked with assisting in those investigations.
You mentioned getting invited. Let's start with you. For Dallas Police Department, your job is to investigate robbery cases, aggravated robberies, things of that nature.
Yes, ma'am. Robberies and kidnappings, but mostly robberies.
You're not a part of you're not assigned to the homicide unit.
No, ma'am.
You're not assigned to the SIU Special Investigations Unit.
I'm not.
Okay. Your work on this case solely was out of being a part of that FBI task force.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you have to be invited to some cases in order to assist with the investigation. Can you tell the jury kind of what that means and how that happens?
Generally, if it's a larger scale investigation and they need manpower or resources, there's a request for our assistance can be made, and then our.
Hey Jamie, let me go check. I don't know. I thought there was, but let me go check. I'll have a check. I'll have a Google to see. I thought there was.
Bosses have conversations, and then we're assigned to those to assist with those investigations in whatever capacity is requested.
And in the same, I guess, vein, if you're assisting in a case at some point and they indicate we don't need your help anymore, then you all stop.
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
And anything that you receive on that case, as far as evidence, things of that nature, anything you're able to obtain, you turn over to that particular unit in Dallas Police Department.
That's correct.
All right. Can you tell the jury how it is that you got involved in this case?
Yes, so Marisela went missing on October the 5th, and the case was assigned. The case detective who worked in the missing persons unit reached out around October 12th, 2020, and just asked for assistance with some technical warrants as far as cellular record warrants, and there's warrants that we can write, court orders we can get signed that allow us to try to identify or locate somebody quickly in case if they're missing or in danger, or if they're a dangerous suspect, we can do that, and it allows us to get close to real-time information about the location of somebody, or if they're using a device or maybe an Instagram account to communicate, and that generally will allow us to locate somebody quickly. That's originally how we were invited to the investigation.
Okay. And do you recall on what date you were invited?
About October 12th, 2020, yes, ma'am.
What sorts of things, when you all were invited in that case, October 12th, where did you start?
So initially, my partner wrote a couple of those warrants that I discussed in the attempt to locate Marisela, and Detective Dalby, who was assigned the case, wrote another warrant for another couple of warrants, and just at the very beginning of it, to see find or identify Marisela where she was. We also found that through the case detective that the family had come here between the 5th and about the 11th, approximately, and conducted some of their own canvassing, some of their own research about Marisela's whereabouts, and they provided some information as far as maybe her Lyft receipt, some banking transactions, a 7-Eleven receipt, and some of the places they had gone to collect video of Marisela possibly walking around the Deep Ellum area. So we had been tasked with just kind of following up with some of that, and that's where we spent the majority of our time in the Deep Ellum area, conducting a canvass to see if we could find any additional video with Marisela and whoever she was with at the time, and then we followed up with 7-Eleven and things like that.
Okay. And as far as you said, Detective Dalby is a youth crimes detective, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where missing persons cases, adult or otherwise, go first.
Yes.
Okay. And in your experience, these cases, when you have a report of missing person from a family member of a young person in their 20s that's here on their own accord. Is it typical that that case receives a lot of priority as far as resources going out into the neighborhood looking?
From my understanding, no. I don't work a lot of those cases, man, but this is my very limited understanding is no. It's traditionally a lot of resources aren't committed to those investigations.
And they get lots and lots of those calls.
That's my understanding. Yes, ma'am.
Your understanding is that, a lot of maybe young people that just decide they don't want to go home or they don't contact people, things of that nature.
Correct.
Okay. With Marisela, you discussed that the family provided bank records, lift receipts, 7-Eleven receipt, or at least a 7-Eleven location where she had used her bank card. Is that correct?
It was a 7-Eleven that she had used her bank card. We reached out to 7-Eleven LP, which is the loss prevention or asset protection guys, and provided them with that information, and they gave us a good address for where the transaction occurred.
And you were able to follow up with 7-Eleven?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to go back before we talk about 7-Eleven. When you got the returns on Instagram for Marisela and you received her phone records back, did it indicate that there was any activity at all on Instagram or on her phone records after the probably morning hours of October 5th, 2020?
No.
Now, you mentioned 7-Eleven, and you also mentioned that you all canvassed the area for some surveillance videos and maybe just seeing Marisela and who she was walking around with in Deep Ellum, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Actually, let me back up just a second. And were you able to find some videos, a couple videos that showed her clearly walking, definitely her, based on the description of what she was wearing and, what time she was down there?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you also able to obtain a 7-Eleven surveillance video that appeared to be Marisela with an individual named Charles Beltran?
Yes.
Now, as part of your investigation, you talked to several people as well that had maybe connections to Charles Beltran, to Lisa Dykes. Were you able to learn in your investigation that Charles Beltran lived with Lisa Dykes?
Yes, ma'am.
And so did that become important to kind of understand and try to talk to Ms. Dykes and anyone else that maybe had contact with Charles Beltran?
Yes.
Tell me how you were able to develop which vehicle you were looking for and when it comes to looking for Charles Beltran.
So one of the videos provided through Detective Dalby from the family's initial research was from a camera on the back of the Punk Society at 3723 Elm Street. That camera was actually attached to the back of the Punk Society, focused forward, being north towards the parking lot. We actually call it July Alley in a parking lot, and then 2700 Indiana Street. There was footage of them being Marisela and Mr. Charles Beltran walking together towards the parking lot where we believe they entered a vehicle. We collected 7-Eleven surveillance footage, like we talked about, and from that footage, a black sedan arrived in the parking lot, which coincided with them entering and conducting their transaction at about 1:28 a.m. that morning of October the 5th. We ran license plate reader research, which is basically, and throughout the city, there are both mobile cameras and fixed cameras that can capture pictures of license plates and information about them. We found that at about 12:55 a.m., there was a capture of a black Audi 83 that was registered to Charles Beltran and Lisa Dykes at 3113 Kensington. We pulled the driver's license picture of Mr. Beltran and it matched the person who had walked in with Marisela to that 7-Eleven that morning.
And so at that point, Mr. Beltran becomes what we call a person of interest.
Yes.
You're on record to witness.
You may.
Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked State's Exhibits 284 through 293. Can you just kind of flip through those photographs?
That's Charles Beltran.
Without telling it,
Oh,
just
yeah,
look through
sorry,
them first.
apologies,
I'm
yeah.
sorry.
Mrs. Hurd, did you check your connections? My feed is not working.
And then the last two photographs are mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay, I just unplugged and replugged, so that's it. I'm sorry, please.
Do you recognize what's contained in each of those photographs?
I do, yes.
Okay, and are those fair and accurate representations of those individuals in the two vehicles photographed?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I'm also showing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 294 and 295. Did you watch those two videos yesterday in my office?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And I believe on 294, there's two separate surveillance videos from Deep Ellum, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those fair and accurate representations of those videos?
They are.
Your Honor, I move to admit states 284 through 295 for all purposes. Entering to defense counsel.
Thank you. No objection from the defense judge. They have been previously tendered.
All right, states exhibits 284 through 295 are admitted for all purposes.
Your Honor, permission to publish?
You may.
We'll just start with states 292. Is this the black Audi that came back to that license plate that you saw in the surveillance video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who, when you did the license plate, I guess check or run, who did that black Audi come back to?
Lisa Dykes and Charles Belchman.
Okay, so both of them.
Yes, ma'am.
And let's take a look at states. States 294. These are some of the videos, or the videos of Marisela that you were able to look and find in Deep Ellum that show clearly who that is, correct?
Yes, the Deep Ellum, yes, ma'am.
And detective, were you also able, based on that license plate, to determine an address for a possible location?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that address?
3113 Kensington in Mesquite.
Is that in Dallas County,
Yes,
in the state of Texas?
yes.
So looking at the top video. And let's pause it for just a minute. Can you tell the jury kind of where we are and where this is looking out in relation to businesses that are right there?
As we discussed, ma'am, this is the back of the Punk Society at, I believe it's 2723 Elm Street. Those cameras are covering the back of the building, or the row of buildings right there, facing towards, I believe, 2700 Indiana. There's a parking lot between there, and that's what we're looking at.
Sorry, press the wrong button. Hang on. I got a builder, you see, so I've got to.
Two different videos taken from the same camera, and one is very hard to tell, but if you were looking at the 10-5-20 right there, there's at the top right of the screen, there's two individuals walking that way. For like, let's call it right to left on the screen. It's difficult to see based on the next video we watch. We believe that to be Marisela and Charles.
Would it be more beneficial if we watch the first video, the second video first?
But yes, ma'am,
Okay.
probably.
Let's go ahead and cue up that video. Your Honor, we did the lights. Just so that you're
So as we talked about, based on the dress and the description we have of Marisela, as well as this other individual, we see them walking northbound. I believe it's northbound from the location towards the parking lot. Based on her dress and description, we believe that to be Marisela. From our understanding, sort of the family, and then as a person they identified is as Chuck at the time.
And this video that we're watching, this is the video you didn't pull this video, this came from the family, correct?
This came at the request of the family, yes, ma'am.
You all were able to have a video just like this, but without the commentary of the bar patrons in the back. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
we were able to view that video, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you viewed this video.
Yes. Mhm.
And it appears from that video, they're walking off together. Nobody's being forced anywhere.
Correct.
Okay. And in that video, does it appear that either one of those individuals is extremely intoxicated?
Not to me.
Once you get that license plate, as you said, you're able to kind of get an address. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in showing the second video, it's really hard to see, but you can see way off in the distance them getting into the car together. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what it appears to be based on them walking that direction. The two figures are moving towards a car together.
Okay. And can you just pause it right there for a second? Can you kind of point out to the jury on that screen above you, if you turn around and look on the TV screen right there, where is it that you're seeing those two individuals?
If you're looking at the number 10 at the top right corner of the screen for October, just below that, they're walking right to left on the screen.
And if you know, do you see them pull away from that area in the black Audi?
You can't tell what kind of car it is. There, it looks like just a black sedan that they're entering into, ma'am. That's about all I can say.
So that's initially when we kind of learn, when you get that license plate hit, that you want to talk to Charles Beltran, correct?
That's correct.
You also find a surveillance video of 7-Eleven.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
we're going to play what's been marked as State's Exhibit 295. This is kind of the upper shot from the doorway area, correct?
Yes, ma'am, from that 7-Eleven at Gaston and Haskell, which is just east of the Deep Ellum area. I believe they enter at about 1:25 a.m., 1:24, 1:25 a.m.
Okay, we'll kind of move forward just. Okay, is this Botello, Valadez, and Mr. Beltran entering?
Yes, ma'am.
And it appears she's just going over to some drink coolers.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's consistent with the purchase receipt that you all obtained, correct?
Yes.
Believe she maybe got like Coke Zero.
And she's got a few items and made a purchase, and then she left.
It appears at that point she's left. Is there any other content on there that's relevant to this case?
Not that I recall, ma'am. Just there's another angle that shows the black sedan pull up prior to them entering. That's it.
That's it.
Yes, ma'am.
And based on that video, again, it appears that she's there willingly with Mr. Beltran, correct?
It appears that way, yes, ma'am.
But you didn't stop at that video. You mentioned earlier that one of the violent crimes that you all are able to help Dallas Police Department with is the kidnapping possibly.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that kind of the reason why you all were invited into this case?
Yeah, one of the reasons at the very beginning, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I thought maybe it was possibly kidnapping because she just was gone.
That's correct.
And what were some of the other reasons that maybe kidnapping or unlawful restraint or something of that nature was considered a possibility rather than Miss Marisela just deciding not to come home and going on a bender?
The family brought that information. She still had money left in her bank account. Generally, if someone's on a vendor, we understand that they will be spending their money to feed that. She also had a stable job, stable home life from what we understood, and that she had not been known to do this before. She had not disappeared like that before. One of the stable home lives we were able to understand is her family did come all the way down from Seattle to, or friends came all the way from Seattle to Dallas to look for her, because they believed it was out of the realm of her normal behavior to do that.
Your Honor, we are finished with the video, so. Thank you, Judge. So based on that, this is kind of how you all began being involved in the investigation, correct?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
So initially, when you saw this video, it's not like you just said, okay, we're done. Did you, at that point, did you continue trying to investigate, get some leads on how to talk to Mr. Belcher?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in doing so, were you able to, did you try to get a good phone number from Mr. Belcher?
Yes.
How were you able to develop that?
We didn't get one originally, so we couldn't, like, I never was able to find one. So maybe somebody else did the investigation, but originally I wasn't. Detective Dobby was eventually able to identify a phone number for him, but we were also able to identify other phone numbers in the investigation.
Okay, whose phone numbers were you able to identify?
Lisa Dykes and Nina Morano eventually.
And you also had a phone number for Marisela.
Yes. Mhm.
And part of what you all did was to get a search warrant for what's called call detail records, correct?
Basically, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were able, one of the tools of that, as you had said before, the FBI, the Dallas Police Department, they have individuals that are certified and able to read those records and I guess plot where the cell phone tower data is, what cell phone towers those devices are getting off of based on the phone calls, text, and internet usage, correct?
Correct.
You are not certified to do that, so I'm not gonna ask you about that.
I'm not, no, ma'am.
Okay, but you can look at a call detail record and tell, when phone calls are made back and forth and things of that nature.
Yes.
And you said you were able to locate a phone number for Miss Lisa Dykes and Miss Nina Morano, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did that become important to you?
Eventually it became important to me because we know they're related to the address and Mr. Charles Beltran. Through the eventual investigation, we knew them to be involved in a relationship that we found out later on. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so you didn't know this event initially, but you did know that Mr. Beltran at least lived at that address and that Lisa Dykes also lived at that address, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything indicating that Nina Morano lived there full time in your initial investigation?
No.
Okay, that came later.
That's correct. Yes.
All right, first witness.
You may.
Looking at that chart, now you may not have talked to every single one of these people, but does this chart kind of give a nexus of the individuals that were talked to in the investigation? One of the areas that in Deep Ellum that was kind of central to the investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's an accurate representation.
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, State Officer states 296 for all purposes of the defense.
No objection.
All right, this is a 296 is admitted for all purposes.
Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may.
And we're also offering 297, which is just a larger copy of 296 for demonstrative purposes.
Then 297, the blown up version is admitted for demonstrative purposes only.
All right, so, and Detective, you can't really see that, but
You can stand down if you need.
if you want to stand down for just a moment, we
Yes,
can
ma'am.
talk a little bit about some of these individuals. Located in the middle is Miss Lisa Dykes. Were you ever able to have a conversation with her?
My partner was when we knocked on the door there, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we'll talk more about that in just a moment. In that photograph, that's a picture of her. You went down to Florida at some point in March of 2021, when Miss Dykes and Miss Morano were able to be located in Miami, Florida. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's actually a picture of her from Orlando, Florida. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is Nina Morano.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's a photograph of her from Miami, Florida.
It is, yes, ma'am.
This is Charles Beltran.
Mhm.
Do you know where that photograph was taken?
Hi, Tim, and welcome back, Tim. Sorry, I'm busy. I am, guys. I'm trying to do a few different things. You got your membership from Erin Hack, by the way. Yeah, hey, drop it in, Josie. I want to do a live on that. Maybe read it out. I haven't got it, so if you've got the link to it, Josie. So Tim, welcome to the Blue Bunches. You are now a member, and you get to see all the members only. You got a gift from Erin Hack, so well done to her. Josie's had a pee. I just banned someone. I think I've done it right. How do you ban them? Do you just? I just pressed hide user. Is that banned? I think that's banned. Hey, hens. No worries. Don't thank us. Thank Erin Hack. She gifted membership. So welcome, Tim. Morning, hens. Hang on. Right. I think Nunez's gone now. I banned Nunez just now, so she's gone. I'm joking. Banned Pizza Party. He's an arsehole. He sent me a message. I can't be arsed with him, so just banned him. I think I did it right though. Go check my YouTube thingy. I don't do it. Sarah P and Josie know we do it. I don't know how the fuck I've done it. I don't know if I've done it right or not. Hang on. Sorry, I will play it again. I just want to see if I've done it right. I have. He's in. Yeah, so is in. Right, let's go. No, we did. No, he sent me a message this morning. I just can't be asked. It just can't be asked with. He's complaining about me and the fact that I'm making money off this tragedy and stuff. I'm like, fuck off, dude.
Okay.
Fuck you.
Down
I
here,
mean, I'm
you
not
had talked
making.
about-
I'm not trying to make money out of anything. Jesus, I would wish that everything was free. But fuck it. After yesterday and this, I'm just like, fuck him.
right?
He was on and on about the whole thing that members only videos and stuff. And then he blocked me from it and stuff. I was like, dude, he didn't give me a chance to respond to it. So I was like, okay, well, just don't come to the channel anymore. Piss off. Can't be asked with it. I'm not worried about it. I genuinely am not worried one bit. I'm not genuinely not worried one bit. I should just banned him yesterday. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Okay, and this is that on-premise bar where everyone kind of met, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then Freddie Chapman, he's an associate. You were able to meet him yesterday.
Oh, I did.
Did you ever speak to him in your investigation?
Oh, good. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Kyle Williams, who is Kyle?
If he hadn't blocked me, I would have banned him. I would have responded to him. But the fact that he'd leave me a message about grifting and then block me, it was like, all right, dude, I'll block you from this channel then, so he can no longer speak. He can watch, but he can't speak, so fuck him.
Williams, we haven't talked about him.
That's one of the sons of Lisa.
Okay, is he, at the time of this offense, did he live here locally?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then Valerie Salinas, we have here as associated as a girlfriend of Kyle Williams, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you able ever to talk to Valerie Salinas?
Yeah, briefly, yes.
Okay. Maybe that's better. You never talked to Jenny
Oh, good.
Sarko, correct?
Oh, good.
Okay, Kathy DeLeon. Did you talk to Rosa Maria Olivia Martinez?
Yes.
Okay, and she's identified as a co-worker of Lisa Dykes, correct?
Yes.
And then were you ever able to speak with or be present for an interview with Jimmy Dykes?
Yes.
Okay, and so this just kind of gives, there's a lot of parties involved, a lot of people involved. I say parties loosely. What I mean is just people, individuals involved that know Lisa, Nina, and Charles, and kind of know a little bit about the history and background and the nexus between and all of these people, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so this is just helpful for the jury to understand who all's involved and kind of give them a roadmap.
Yes.
Now, I'm going to back this up a little bit. We're going to talk a little bit more about your investigation. You said that once you got that video and it was clear that Marisela wasn't forced to go anywhere with Mr. Beltran, that you all didn't stop. You kind of developed some more, I guess, leads as far as talking to certain people, correct?
Just to close the loop of that investigation, when we found out she had walked in there, we tried to contact the last person that we knew to see Marisela, and at that point in time, we knew it to be Charles Beltran.
And knowing that Mr. Beltran lived with Lisa Dykes, did you all attempt to contact her?
Yes.
And how did you do so?
We went to her address, knocked on the door, rang the bell. No one answered, so we had identified a phone number for her. My partner, Taylor Page, for the FBI, called her on the phone and spoke to her while we were standing at the residence.
Okay, and were you present for that conversation?
I was.
Did you hear the exchange between them?
But yes, part of it, he was speaking on the phone with her, and the other part, it was on speaker. So yes, I was there right next to him for the conversation.
In that conversation, did Ms. Dykes indicate that she had any idea about Mr. Beltran's whereabouts?
No.
Okay. Did she indicate whether she had seen him recently?
She said she had not.
What was the time frame that she said?
A matter of weeks.
Okay, what day was this?
October the 15th, 2020.
Okay, so October 15th, 2020, she says that she hasn't seen Mr. Beltran for weeks, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Did you all ask her to reach out to you if she saw him again, or how did that conversation go?
Yeah, so it's just, hey, if you find information, please contact us.
Did you let her know why you were trying to contact him at that time?
We did.
And what did you tell her?
It was in relation to Charles and who was related to the, we believe we said the missing girl from Seattle that had come down here. We had developed information that she had been with Charles, and we were just trying to find either her or Charles, the last person we knew to have contact with her.
And did she indicate whether or not she would talk to you if she found him or heard from him?
Yeah, we had I believe so, yes.
Unfortunately, the ring video that you were able to pull via search warrant from Lisa's house didn't have the audio recording of the conversation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
But on that ring video, you made it very clear that, I mean, you were legitimate FBI officers.
Yes, I was wearing a shirt that said FBI on it, and we had a uniformed Mesquite police officer with us.
Okay. Detective Prince, I'm handing what's been marked State's Exhibit 298. Did you watch that ring video yesterday in my office?
I did, yes,
And
ma'am.
it's fair and accurate representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, State moves to admit State's 298 for all purposes. Considering to defense counsel.
No objection, Judge. It's been previously tabled.
State's Exhibit 298 is admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Pelish,
You may.
and this is short, I don't think we need the lights out, Your Honor. Who's that person in the front there?
That's Special Agent Taylor Page.
And then you have a uniformed Mesquite officer with you.
Yeah, Mr. Marcus Rodriguez, yes, sir.
Is that you kind of walking back and forth in the background?
Yes, ma'am.
So right after kind of the end of that ring video, is that when Special Agent Page called Lisa?
Yes, ma'am.
About what time of day was this?
About 4:10 in the afternoon on October 15th.
And you were able to obtain via search warrant and the call detail records of Lisa Dykes, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Later in the investigation. we were.
Later in the investigation. And when you reviewed those calls, were you able to determine that she had been having contact with Charles Beltran?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective Offering was in marked the State's Exhibit 299. Are those the call detail records that you reviewed in preparation for today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you actually made some marks in there indicating the calls between Charles Beltran and Lisa Dykes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then I believe you also made a notation of a box for a different call, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And those are all your markings?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, State Officer States 299 for all purposes.
No objection, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibit 299 is admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Pelish, Your Honor?
You may.
And we're not going to go through every single page of this, but I want to just start with kind of helping you orientate the jury as to what exactly you are looking at when it comes to these call detail records. Okay, starting with the left, the search warrant that you all received, you just got the dates from 10/1/2020 to 11/23/2020.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you're getting a search warrant for like call detail records and things of that nature, I mean, it's not like you can ask for every phone call they've ever made, right?
That's correct.
Okay, it has to have specified dates for specified reasons.
Yes, ma'am.
And so in this case, the dates were the October 1st to November 23rd, 2020, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number, it just lists each call, either incoming or outgoing.
Yeah, just the transaction the phone made at the time. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we call detail records, with these records, are there text messages indicated?
Later on, yes, but right here, this appears just to be phone calls. But yes.
Tim, yes, it's a new case. This is day 3, so you've only missed 2 days.
Okay, and
I'll
This
be back
connection
then.
time, it says, well, it doesn't say connection, but connection time, UTC, what does that UTC mean?
The UTC means a universal time coordinated, which is just basically how many of us will mark our clocks at that point in time. We're talking about the 1st of October, 2020. So that time frame, which would be in military time, would be 5 hours ahead of our current time here at Central Standard Time.
Okay, so to get the Central Standard Time, you said that this one is 5 hours?
Yes,
ahead,
ma'am.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so basically you have to kind of go back when you're looking at the time. At this military time, this is 13:43. So in our time, that would be what?
8:43 a.m.
Okay, and when I say our time, I mean Central Standard Time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The originating number, that's the number that's calling,
Yes, ma'am.
and then the terminating number is the second number, correct?
Correct.
Seizure time, do you know what that indicates?
Don't.
Okay. ET, is that the estimated time of the connection between the two parties?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in looking at these phone records, I'm going to focus on the phone calls between the phone number associated with Mr. Beltran, and that's the 214-600-0181, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Lisa Beltran's is the 407-406-3757.
That's correct.
Okay. And these first ones, October 2nd, just between the two of them, you see that the originating number is Mr. Beltran, and the terminating number is Ms. Dykes.
That's correct.
Okay, and just, we have an estimated time of 0. And according to your investigation, October 2nd, Marisela had not met Mr. Beltran yet.
That's correct.
Okay, so I'm just gonna move forward to, kind of the dates and times in question, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this phone call right here. Line 176, there was a phone call, originating number was Lisa, Ms. Dykes, and the terminating number was Mr. Beltran, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it says 122, connection time 122 a.m. and 55 seconds a.m., is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
So for Central Standard Time, test your math skills, what would that be?
That would be 8:22 p.m. the night before on October the 4th. So we're looking at October 4th, 2020 at about 8:20. Yeah, at 8:22 p.m.
Now in line 181 and 182, this is on 10/5/2020. Connection time is the military time 11:59 and 15 seconds. What conversion does that amount to in Central Standard Time?
That would be October the 5th, 2020 at 6:59 a.m.
And it appears there are 2 phone calls that are made. Do these appear to be made back to back, or are these the same phone call, or do you?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay. And it looks like there is some sort of phone call or communication attempt between Lisa and Mr. Beltran, and there's no connection.
That's correct.
Whether he just refused the call, didn't go through, you don't know.
I don't know.
And it looks right there, that's an oversight. That is not Mr. Beltran's phone number, correct?
No, that was a mistake on my part.
Looking here on lines 212 and 213, we see at 10/5/2020 at 20:22 and 47 seconds. What is that Central Time?
Approximately, 3:22 p.m.
Okay.
on Central Time.
And there's a phone call or a connection made between Ms. Dykes and Mr. Beltran for about 44 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be in the afternoon of 10/5.
That would be, yes.
Here on line 257 and 258 at 5:24 a.m. No, I'm sorry. Go back. That looks like when it says 00, that's
That would be midnight 05, actually 24. which would convert to October 6, 2020 at 7:05 p.m.
And Ms. Dykes reaching out to Mr. Beltran, and estimated time, 0.
Yes, ma'am.
And these are just calls, not texts, correct?
From my understanding, yes, just calls.
Okay. An additional call is made right after that. So that was
Yeah,
midnight 05. This is midnight 06.
yes, ma'am.
Which, remind me again, is
It's going to be 7:06 p.m. on October the 6th.
okay. And then 7:08.
Yes, ma'am.
And then again, this is 1:20.
So it'll be at 8:20 p.m. on October the 6th.
Okay. And it appears none of those calls were connected, correct?
That's what it appears, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And these are all coming from Ms. Dykes to Mr. Beltran.
Correct.
An additional call on 10/7 made at,
12:39 p.m. our time, or
Okay.
Central Standard Time.
and again, no connection.
Correct.
And lines 275, 276, and 277. Some more calls made on 10/7. This one right here would be
5:39 p.m. Sorry, 12:39 p.m. Central Standard Time. Then 12:40 p.m. Central Standard Time on October the 7th.
okay, so just afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, none of these calls are connected, and they're all from Ms. Dykes to Mr. Beltran.
Yes, ma'am.
Again, on 10/8, we have 2031, which is 3:30.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
And it looks like an identical entry right there, Ms. Dykes to Mr. Beltran, and there was a 1-second connection on the second one, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then on the first one, there was no connection.
It did not appear so.
Ten nine. This is,
This would be October the 8th at 8:03 p.m. Central Standard Time, followed by 8:10 p.m. and 8:10 p.m. on Central Standard Time.
okay, so it looks like there's 3 calls in succession again,
Yes,
and no connection. Minus this 1 second right there.
right.
And it looks like finally, so there were several phone calls in a row in 10/7 and 10/8 where there was no, it appears there's no conversation taking place.
As far as I can tell.
Okay. And then on 10/9 of 2020
At-
at 17:31,
That would be about 12:31 p.m. Central Standard Time.
okay, there's a 7-minute phone call, 7-minute, 25-second phone call where Mr. Dykes, I'm sorry, Mr. Beltran calls Ms. Dykes.
Yes, ma'am.
And they have, it appears to be a 7-minute, 25-second phone call, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Ten nine. This is about 2:02 p.m. Central Standard Time and 2:08 p.m. Central Standard Time. Ms. Dykes again reaching out to Mr. Beltran, no connection.
That's correct.
And these are all just in the days after Marisela is seen with Mr. Beltran at 7-Eleven, and just in a few days,
That's correct.
and also just right after she reported missing by the family.
That's correct.
10/11, we have at, what is that, 18/6?
Yes, that would be 6:46 p.m. on Central Standard Time, and that would be Ms. Dykes calling Mr. Beltran.
And no phone conversation takes place there, correct?
Correct.
Now, 10/13, Mr. Beltran reaches out to her at about 7 p.m., 7:04 Central Standard Time on the 12th,
That's correct.
okay? And there's a minute 43-second phone call made. And that looks like
Appears to be the same call.
appears to be the same call. They speak again on the 13th at about 11 a.m. Central Standard Time, 11:49 a.m. Central Standard Time.
That's correct.
Ms. Dykes calls him. There's a 4-minute and 7-second phone call.
Yes, ma'am.
Additional calls made on 10/13, and that's about 12:20 PM.
That's about 1:20 p.m. on October the 13th. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Mr. Dykes calls Ms. Beltran, and they communicate.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's just fast forward, there's multiple more phone calls between the two of them, minute, 2 minutes, things of that nature. Some calls don't connect. Let's move forward to the day that you all attempt to contact her. And before we get to that date, this is just the day before, on the 14th, that you contact her at,
That's at 2:46 p.m. on Central Standard Time.
thank you, Ms. Dykes reaching out to Mr. Beltran and no connection there.
Yes, ma'am.
And then an additional phone call where she is attempting to connect with him.
About,
Just 15 minutes later, maybe an hour, I'm sorry.
it's about an hour, 15 minutes later. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's clear from that, they're talking,
Yes, ma'am.
they're communicating.
Yes.
Now, highlighted in yellow, right here at 10:15, 2020, and this is about 4:12,
Yes, ma'am. 4:12 p.m.
Central Standard Time.
Yes, ma'am.
Whose phone number is this?
That's Special Agent Taylor Page's phone number.
Okay, and it connects with Ms. Dykes,
Yes, ma'am.
and they speak for about 4 minutes and 17 seconds.
Correct.
And that's when you identify who you are, you're looking for Mr. Beltran, you want to talk to him, let us know if you've heard from him, where is he, things of that nature.
Yes, ma'am.
And she indicated to you, and again, you were in full uniform, there was an officer there, she indicated to you she didn't know where he was, hadn't seen him in a couple of weeks.
But yeah, the officers in full uniform. Yes, ma'am. I was wearing a shirt that identified where I was from. But yes, we identified, and so did Special Agent Taylor Page did identify where he's from.
Okay, and she had indicated to you that she hadn't heard from him either, correct?
Correct.
Did she indicate to you that she had a good phone number for him?
No.
In fact, she let you know that she didn't know how to get hold of him.
Right.
Looking on that same, there's this yellow line boxed around, and tell the jury what the, significance of those phone calls are.
This is at about 4:20 p.m. that same day. It was about 10 minutes after we spoke with Ms. Dykes on the phone over on Kensington. She has communication with who we later found out to be her wife, Nina Moreno, at that 321-200-4328 number. And then at 4:26, a phone call was placed to Charles Beltran.
Okay. And did that call connect?
Yes.
And after that phone call with Mr. Beltran, do you see his phone number listed on any of the CDRs after that?
I don't believe so.
Okay, it appears that after that, either they don't communicate on this particular phone or don't communicate at all.
Correct.
Okay, you can't tell from the phone records.
I cannot. No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, additionally, looking at these call records, obviously, there are several phone calls made from this phone number during the first part of October. Did it appear that this phone number was kind of her primary phone?
Yes, at the time. Yes.
Okay. And then after this conversation that you and Special Agent Page had with her, were there just numerous, I guess, in comparison to before, were there numerous phone calls placed to that phone number for Nina Morano?
Yes.
Lots of them.
It appeared so. Yes.
Okay. At some point, did the phone calls originating from this phone number stop?
Yes.
And what did that indicate to you?
That the usage for the phone had largely stopped. I think it was about October 17th. I can take a look at the phone records. That the phone was largely discontinued. I mean, there was some sporadic use on it for the rest of the duration of the warrant. As we stated earlier, the warrant only ran until about November 23rd. But after about October 17th, it was largely they largely stopped using that number.
Were you able to identify that she started using a different number?
Yes, ma'am.
And what number was that?
It was 214-364-6329, I believe.
Okay, and that was a phone number that prior to that had been a phone number, one of the phone numbers that Nina Morano had used.
Yes.
Okay. She also used the 312 phone number as well, correct?
Yeah, the 321-200 number. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we're talking about people with multiple phones, multiple phone numbers.
Correct.
Now, was there some point after? Well, first of all, let me ask you: did you all think Ms. Dykes was being completely honest with you about her contact with Mr. Beltran?
At that time, on October 15th, when we knocked on the door, honestly, I had no opinion. I didn't know. I wasn't sure.
And was there anything about her demeanor on the phone that made you think, I don't know, that you had any opinion about?
Not really, no. At that time, I didn't really I was standing there with the conversation was going on, so I didn't speak to her directly, but I was standing right next to it, so I didn't get anything that was that would say either way. I guess I can say it that way. I didn't say anything that would say either way.
That's fair. At some point, were you able to go out to her workplace and speak with some of her coworkers?
Yes, in November. Yes, ma'am.
In November. At some point, right around this time, were you all kind of, I guess, asked to pull back some of your investigation?
Yes. So on October 15th, after we spoke with Ms. Dykes, we had kind of completed the circle of looking for Charles Beltran at that point. Our superiors spoke with their superiors, and the decision was made that it was still a missing persons case at that time. We didn't have a federal nexus to work unless we were specifically invited. They wanted to move forward with the case as a missing persons. So we discontinued at that time on, I believe, it's about October 16th, and turned over all of our information.
Okay. And you said that you had to be specifically invited back. Did that happen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how did that happen?
This is the best of my knowledge. There's some conversations the superiors had that I wasn't there for. The best of my knowledge is they being the missing persons unit, had executed a warrant at the residence at the end of October, had found that no one lived there any longer. It looks like it had been moved. They had found some things in the crime scene processing, and they had no movement on the case, for example. Like they had not found any evidence of Marisela. They had not found any new phone records or social media usage for her. She's not reported back into her family. So from my understanding at that time, they just requested our assistance again, just for the resources and the assistance to continue a larger scale investigation.
Okay. And resources, manpower, you all have access to different databases and things like that maybe missing persons unit doesn't?
In some cases, yes, ma'am.
In some cases,
Mhm.
Okay. And what else did you do when you got back involved in the case?
I assisted with the interviews of coworkers at her place of work, and assisted in the interview of Kyle Williams. And during that time, that's when I wrote the search warrants for her phone records.
Okay. When you interviewed Kyle Williams, what information were you trying to find?
Just the whereabouts of Lisa Dykes, trying to better understand the relationship between her and Charles and Nina Morano, and just overall where we believe that they could be located.
Okay. Did he provide you with a cell phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you able to locate her or get a hold of her at that point?
No, we're not able to locate her, no, ma'am.
Okay. Did you advise Kyle, let her know, hey, we just want to talk to her?
Yeah, we spoke with Kyle today. We're looking for her, and we left our information and say, for contact and stuff like that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you all trying to contact her throughout this time as well?
I specifically wasn't. I don't know if anybody else on the investigation was or not. I specifically didn't call her.
And is there a reason why you might not just, when you get a new phone number, pick up the phone, call her and say, hey, this is FBI, we're looking for you?
Previously, it was unsuccessful. And then from the interviews that we had in the both with Kyle and then with coworkers, they made statements to us that she had known we were looking for her and was not trying to contact us. And at that point in time, we were looking for her. We didn't want to lose the phone number. That would be the reason I wouldn't try to contact her. I can only testify to that.
And the coworkers that you're talking about, you talked to Rosa Marie Olivia Martinez, almost like Rodriguez, that's the famous pop star, Martinez. She gave you guys some information, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She was actually in the room when you all contacted her, is that fair?
Yes.
Did she let you know how Ms. Dykes was acting after that phone call?
Did you inject the hearsay?
Sustained.
Your Honor, I was asking you for how she was acting, I didn't ask for any
It's still
words.
hearsay, is what she said.
Yes, but it's based on what the witness, Ms. Rodriguez, told him.
Were you able to talk to a couple other coworkers there as well?
Yes, we talked to multiple coworkers today.
And did you become aware that she had quit her job?
Yes.
Again, inject the hearsay. Well, go ahead. I'll stop striking, Judge. I withdraw.
You learned through your investigation that she had quit her job,
Yes, ma'am.
and that was right after you all contacted her, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any idea, I guess your investigation at that point had stopped until you were invited back in and had that nexus, is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you able to, in your investigation, locate any areas that Ms. Dykes and Mr. Beltran might be?
No, originally, no. We had heard a couple different things that she made in Florida, but later on, we were able to obtain some records of border crossings in December. But from the conversations I had, I didn't get anything definitive.
Taking them, handing you what's been marked States Exhibit 300. Is that a fair and accurate representation of the email and photographs of vehicles that you were a part of on the emails?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, move to admit States Exhibit 300 for all purposes.
No objection, Judge. These are the pictures.
All right, States Exhibit number 300 is admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Dobson.
You make how many pages is that?
It's 4.
Thank you.
And this first page, this is an email from Charles Plaskett, and you're in this email chain up here. It's forwarded to you, Stephen Prince.
Mhm.
Sorry, up there on 12/23/2020, correct?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it appears that there was a border crossing, Charles Anthony Beltran, 12/22/20, a crossing, and we have a license plate number,
Yes, ma'am.
crossed with Lisa Beltran.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's just a one-way crossing, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What records are the FBI able to obtain as far as border crossings?
My understanding is the only ones that we can really obtain are the ones where they come into our country. So if they're crossing from Mexico into the United States.
Okay, so from Mexico to the United States, the Mexican government does not give us necessarily the records from US to Mexico, correct?
No, they don't necessarily have to, no, ma'am.
Okay. And that border crossing, was it indicated in this email, and I think it's on the third page, where that border crossing occurred?
But yes, ma'am, in Nogales.
Nogales, where is that located?
I couldn't tell you specifically where that's located, ma'am. I just know it's on the border coming into the United States.
Okay, do you know if it's in Texas or if it's in?
I don't.
Okay, no problem. And then there was a photograph of this Jeep associated with that border crossing, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then there was a second notification, that was on 12/23/2020, correct?
Yeah, so we had notified on 12/23. The crossing occurred on 12/22.
On 12/22,
Yes,
okay. And then on 12/4/2020, there was a crossing of this license plate number, a California plate, of an individual who crossed with Nina Morano, and
Yes.
of course, the same, on
Yes.
12/4/2020, correct?
Yes.
And what is that, what plate is that?
The plate right there is 8NYK735 or 8 Nora Yankee King 735 is a California plate.
Okay. Initially, it said Lisa Beltran,
Yes.
and this one says Lisa Ahmed.
Yes.
Do you, in your investigation, have you been able to understand and know that Lisa Ahmed is her, I guess, former married name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Lisa Dykes is her maiden name.
From my understanding, yes. Yeah.
Okay, and then where does this Beltran come in?
I believe there's a name change that occurred as time went on after October of 2020.
And that was, were you aware in your investigation that she and Nina Morano had been legally married?
Yes.
Okay, and they have a marriage license from Pennsylvania, wherever that ceremony took place, they have a marriage license from Pennsylvania, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at some point, they petitioned to have their name changed to, last name to Beltran.
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the vehicle that is indicated that Miss Morano and Miss Dykes crossed over in?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's from Mexico to the United States
That's correct.
on December 4th, 2020.
That's correct.
And that also was the Nogales crossing.
That is correct.
You mentioned the search warrant that was conducted on October 31st, 2023. Were you out, I'm sorry, 2020, were you out there for that search warrant?
I was not.
Were you able, in your investigation, to locate some other addresses that were connected to Lisa Dykes in the Texas area?
Yes.
Okay, and what was one of those addresses?
I believe it was 274 Turning Tree down in the Wilmot area. And then again, the Kensington address.
And did you, based on that search, did it, I guess, what did that tell you? Did she still live there? What was the importance of that address?
From an ID that she had, that was the address on the ID. And then from later conversations, we were able to find out that she had lived there.
You're saying go to later conversation.
It's the same.
In the furtherance of your investigation, were you able to learn about where she lived?
Again, that's like going hearsay in regards to later conversations with whoever he's talking to.
Your Honor, we believe when it comes to law enforcement, they were able to testify about their investigation and things that they learned in the course of their investigation, as well as leads.
I don't know where he's getting this information from. People who potentially have an opportunity to cross-examine to determine the accuracy of the information they're given. That's why it's here.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have been going for almost an hour and a half, so we'll go ahead and I'll send you back to the jury room and you can begin our morning break while we have a hearing on the break.
All right.
All right, Ms. Pittman,
Detective Prince, we were discussing the 274 Turning Tree address, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had told the jury that she had an ID that you were able to locate that had that address on there in Wilmer, Texas.
That's correct.
And what steps did you take in your investigation using the tools that you had to find out some information about that address?
Generally, we use online investigative tools that we will use to see if we can find addresses for individuals that are available to us. We just check those to see if there's anything updated regarding that address. And then we just did physical surveillance on the address to see if anybody or anything that we knew to be related to our individuals was currently coming back to the address. And we didn't have any good results with that.
Okay, so in your initial search and in your investigative tools, were you able to determine that she had possibly lived there before?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you did surveillance in that area, and were you looking for people associated with this investigation and people that you're looking for? Were you trying to determine if they ever went to that location?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to determine, if we could just locate any vehicles or individuals there that were associated to anybody we knew at the time.
Okay. And you weren't able to locate anything for Lisa Dykes, Charles Beltran, or Nina Morado at that time in 2020 associated with that residence?
I was not.
Okay, but you were able to determine that she may have lived there previously.
Yes.
Now, you later in the case were kind of on a team, I guess, of detectives, including with Christina Ramirez and another detective, and went out to Florida, to Miami. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I guess, how did you all determine that you needed to go to that area?
Based on some phone records that they had pulled, I believe, I wasn't part of that initial determination. I was just asked to go. So I couldn't even testify to the phone records. It was just based on their investigation they had. They believed that they were in Florida at the time. I knew they had family in Florida. That's basically the extent of what I knew at the time.
And were you aware at that time that Detective Ramirez had obtained an arrest warrant for Ms. Dykes, Ms. Morano, and Ms. Beltran?
Yes.
Okay. Did you all contact the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
She did, yeah.
She
Sorry,
did?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you all met with them?
Yes.
After meeting with them in Miami, did you travel to the Orlando area?
Yes.
In Miami, you became aware that Ms. Morano was arrested in an address there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you all able, through your investigation and in conjunction with FDLE, were you all able to determine that you needed to then travel to the Orlando area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As part of the investigation, were you able to develop, I guess, an address for a Jimmy Dykes?
Yes.
And who is Jimmy Dykes?
Lisa Dykes' brother.
Were you able to contact Mr. Dykes?
We were.
And was that at his home in Davenport, Florida?
Yes.
And I think you all spoke with him one evening. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
And did he give you consent at that time to look through a Hyundai Tucson?
Yes.
And how was that Tucson possibly related to this case?
We believe that was the vehicle that Lisa had been driving, Ms. Dykes had been driving during the time frame of the investigation so far.
Okay, this is states 293. Is that a photograph of the Tucson that you all saw in Mr. Dykes' drive?
Yes.
And that's the same Tucson that was associated with this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You all received consent from Mr. Dykes to search through that car and just get anything out of it that you thought might be related to this case. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Understanding that Ms. Botello's disappearance occurred on October 5th of 2020, and this is now March 25th, I believe, of 2021. Is that correct?
That's around that time. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were any of the things that were located in that vehicle, what types of items, if you recall, were located in that vehicle?
I don't recall, ma'am.
If you don't recall, it appears that there was just nothing of significance.
Yeah, not that I remember, no, ma'am.
Okay, just normal things would be in person's vehicle.
From my memory, yes.
Did you later become aware that Lisa Dykes was arrested in Orlando?
Yes.
Were you there when she was arrested?
No.
As far as the investigation up to this point, were you involved in any other aspect?
Hi, John.
I wrote the Ring search warrant up to that point. We wrote a Google search warrant up to that point, and then we were just there for any assistance capacity at that time.
I do want to ask you about, first of all, the Ring search warrant. When you wrote that warrant, were there specific dates that you wrote that warrant for?
Yes, I don't recall them. I'd have to look at the warrant, but there were specific dates on there.
Would it be consistent with the dates of the CDR, like October 1st through November?
Yes.
And what things were you hoping to find off that Ring video possible?
The arrival or the departure of Marisela, first of all, or anybody who actually lived at the residence.
And you're aware of the layout of the house, correct? You were out there?
Oh, yeah, I never went in, so I don't know particularly about the inside of the house. I just know what the front of the house looks like.
Okay, and you're aware that to get into the garage area, you have to drive down the alleyway?
Yes, I did see the alleyway.
Okay, the Ring camera would not have caught any activity going into the garage?
Not the Ring camera we got, no, ma'am.
Okay, and on that return, I think there were 800 little snips of Ring video. Were you able to go through some of those?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to go through all of them?
No.
Okay. Was there anything that you went through of any importance or significance concerning this case?
That is funny, Tim. I haven't thought about that. That is funny.
No, I didn't see. We were specifically looking for Marisela at the time to see if she had come in, and I did not see anything having to do with that.
As far as the Google search warrant, what information can you obtain from a Google search warrant?
You can previous emails. If your location information is on, it'll hold on to that. Contacts and things like that.
Okay. And you specifically mentioned the location detail that's on. What does that mean? Let the jury know what that means.
In some cases, if you have your locations on your device, specifically Android, but it can be any device, I guess, it'll record your location information if you allow your phone to. You can manipulate that data later on. You can delete it if you want to. You can keep it if you want to. But it's just something that they hold in your Google account, available for a later time.
Okay, so you said easily manipulated it. And for example, like if I want to use Google Maps to go to the Galleria Mall to find the best route there, generally, does your phone ask you allow Google locations to access?
Yes, it can.
And that will record that information in the Google locations, correct?
Based on the settings in your phone, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you turn those off, then those locations won't be recorded.
In many cases, yeah, that's true.
You can also go into Google pretty easily and delete all that information as well.
Yes.
Okay. When you got that Google return, as far as the location data, was there any location data to use?
Not that I could find them.
Okay. Was there anything of significance related to this case, either related to the Audi or the Tucson or anything else in that Google return that was significant?
One of the things that was found was the transport from, I believe it's Freedom Transport of the Audi from Mesquite up to Pennsylvania. There's that invoice.
Now, as far as the investigation up to the arrest, is that, pretty much your knowledge and understanding of the investigation as it relates to you and that FBI task force?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else you can think of relevant that we have not discussed?
Not that I recall at this time, ma'am.
Now, you were aware that when Ms. Morano and Dykes were arrested, eventually they were transported to Dallas.
Yes,
and they were released on bond.
Yes.
Did you become aware that they had tampered with or cut off or somehow their electronic leg monitor device had just gone dead?
Yes.
And were you a part of the team that helped locate them after that incident occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what steps did you take in that?
We had identified some new phone numbers that related to Ms. Dykes and then to the two people she was staying with, Kyle and Valerie. And we did some research on her phone numbers, wrote a couple of warrants to see if we could find anything that would be pertinent to the investigation. That was largely my role. And then I assisted in assisting in the return of them to Dallas.
Okay. And those initial warrants, those were mostly your role. Was there any good information that came out of those warrants?
Not that I recall, no, ma'am.
Okay. In fact, Special Agent Taylor Page, did he kind of head up that for the FBI?
Yeah, he was one of the people, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he would be able to testify more about the steps they took to locate.
He would. Yeah.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
Just before I forget, you're saying that you had information that Ms. Dykes' ID referred to that address in Will?
Yes, sir.
Didn't you also found information that in November of 20, that her son Kyle had a vehicle also registered to that same address, correct?
Yes, sir. That's true, actually.
But let me move forward. I want to ask you specifically about these arrest warrants and these search warrants. You talked about getting search warrants, I guess, for the Ring and search warrants for the Google. When you obtain these arrest warrants and search warrants, that's on information that y'all, I mean, it's not just a document you just print out and you give to a business. You have to get permission from a judge, right?
That's correct, sir.
You actually swear out information that's included within the four corners of that document that information is truly correct. And you ask the judge to give you permission to obtain whatever information you want, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. As far as the arrest warrant for Ms. Dykes, did you handle that?
No, no, sir.
That was Christine Ramirez, Detective Christine Ramirez, correct?
Yes, sir.
She swore out information in an arrest warrant that led to the arrest of Lisa Dykes, correct?
That is correct.
And to your knowledge, that information should have been correct and true, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me ask you about the
she looks totally different. She looks totally different now to what she looked in other pictures and stuff. Like just totally night and day.
When Charles Beltran was a person of interest, at that time, when you're talking to, you initially talked to Ms. Dykes, she's not a person of interest, is she?
No, sir.
Y'all looking for Charles Beltran, right?
That's correct.
The only reason you're even at her house is because phone records led you back to that house.
Yes, sir.
And the Audi was in her name and Charles's name.
That's correct. Yes,
But
sir.
she is not a person of interest, was
At that time, no. No, sir.
correct?
That's correct.
You talked about when we were watching the video, you said that Marisela and Chuck or Charles did not appear intoxicated to you, correct?
From what it appeared, I don't know about intoxicated, sir. It's hard to tell. Some of the intoxicated, they didn't appear inebriated to the point where they didn't have control of their faculties. I guess would be a better statement.
But as far as what controlled substances or drinking they may have done at that time when they're on video, you have no idea, correct?
That's correct.
Especially what they did subsequent to being on that video, do you?
That's correct, sir.
You don't know what controlled substance he had in his vehicle, do you?
I don't.
You don't know what alcohol he had in his vehicle, do you?
I don't.
You have no idea what their state of being was after they no longer appear on that video, correct?
That's correct.
So in regards to whether he gave her ecstasy, you have no idea, right?
That is correct, sir.
In regards to whether she was under the influence of Percocet, you have no idea, correct?
That's correct, sir.
But you did have reports that at some point Chuck was a drug dealer.
I'm sorry, what, sir?
Did you ever have reports in regards to Chuck or Charles Beltran dealing with drugs,
I know you've been associated with drugs before, yes, sir.
especially ecstasy?
Sir,
Just so you remember.
I just don't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about it. You said at some point you guys were helping out with the missing persons, following all the leads that you guys had, but then y'all discontinued it because there was no nexus, no federal nexus to continue the investigation, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. When you say no federal nexus, means there's no evidence that there's anything but a missing person at that time, right?
At the time, yes, that's what we were informed by the missing persons unit, so we didn't have anything else, so we were discontinued from the investigation.
As far as Florida is concerned, you have no idea why Ms. Dykes went to Florida, correct?
I don't know, sir.
You just know that they moved to Florida.
Yes.
All right. I did want to ask you about, because y'all were surveilling or canvassing that Deep Ellum area, looking for potential witnesses that may be able to help you locate Ms. Marisela, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Were you involved when they went to the Reno Cycle Bar?
Yes, sir.
All right, and at that bar, y'all had information of a patron had told y'all that they thought they saw her, correct?
Yeah, they saw someone who looked like her. Yes, sir.
Why didn't y'all get that picture's name?
I don't know, sir. I didn't interview the witness.
I mean, you got someone who's saying that they potentially saw this missing person, and their name wasn't, y'all didn't record their name, right?
I did not. I never spoke to her.
But someone spoke to a patron that said that they saw someone that they believe was this missing person on the evening of October 5th,
That's correct, sir.
around 8:39.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And they were certain enough that whoever was out there, y'all actually tried to look at video to confirm whether or not the person was in fact Marisela, correct?
Yes, sir.
But the video, you really couldn't tell whether it was or not, right?
That is correct.
And do we have that video?
We made it available to the missing persons unit. Yes, sir.
You made it available to DPD?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's safe to say that this patron who says that they saw Marisela, there was a video. I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. The video didn't rule out that it was Marisela. You just couldn't tell from the video, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
But the patron was certain enough that they wanted to bring it to your attention that they saw her on the evening about 8:39 at the Reno cycle walk.
Yes, sir.
Now, the people that we've been talking, would those people have had body cams on?
No, sir.
Do we even know if the witness was a man or a woman?
I don't recall, sir.
I did want to also ask you just real quickly in reference to the garage. I think the state indicated to you that it was that you entered through the alleyway, correct?
You can enter the garage through the alleyway. Yes, sir.
And we're talking about the house in Mesquite that belonged to Ms. Dykes.
Yes, sir. The Kensington address. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Detective.
Thanks, sir.
May this witness be fine with you,
Yes, sir.
unless you have any redirect?
Actually, just a couple questions about the Renos. We had discussed the Renos video previously, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the reason you all went out there is that you had a tip from someone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever speak to that person
No, I was not.
personally? Do you know when you went out there, you were with Special Agent Taylor Page?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him? Was anybody out there to speak to him?
To the witness?
Yes, I say him, to the witness.
The task force officer, Randy Logan, originally spoke to the witness, but that was, I believe, the day before. So no, I never spoke to the witness on the day that we went to try to retrieve the video.
Okay, as far as the individual that was in that video, it was not high enough quality to determine it was Marisela.
Yeah, we couldn't tell either way, no, ma'am.
Okay, but could you tell if that person had on a purple dress?
It didn't appear that she did, no.
Now, in these missing persons investigations, is it your understanding that, I mean, when they ask for tips, people call in, correct?
Yes,
And some of those tips, many of those tips lead to nothing.
From my understanding.
Okay, and in this case, you all are out there, I think on October 12th, and so this is about a week since she's been missing, correct?
That is correct.
And still there's been no activity on her cell phone, social media, anything of that nature?
Correct.
No purchases, anything?
Correct.
That's what it's your.
Again, yeah, it's a week since she's been missing, right?
Yes, sir.
And you guys, there are posters. The families come in, they got Marisela's picture posted up everywhere. Well, not everywhere, but people are looking for this lady.
That's true.
And someone comes to you guys and says, hey, I saw her on October the 5th at about 8:30, a day after she goes missing, right?
Yes, sir.
Because she went missing the early morning hours of the 4th, right?
The 5th. Yes, sir.
Of the 5th, I'm sorry.
That's right. Yes, sir.
And so the 8:30 would be the next day.
Yeah, effectively later on that night. Yes, sir.
What did Marisela change clothes? You have no idea, correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
But you do know that someone cared enough to say, hey, I think I saw her.
Yes, sir.
And they were certain enough that you guys took another step to start reviewing video to try to see if this is the person. Is this Marisela, the person we're looking for, right?
That's correct.
And you couldn't tell whether it was or wasn't.
That's correct.
So we continue the investigation, correct?
That is correct.
But you can't say that was not Marisela at the Reno Cycle Board at 8:39 on October 15th.
We could not tell either way. No, sir.
Thank you, Detective Spence.
Thank you, sir.
No other questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be found excused?
No objection, Your
No
Honor.
objection.
Thank you, sir. You're free to go about your business. Please watch your step and count in the witness stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And is that your water?
Yes, ma'am. I'll take that.
Thank you. Call your next witness.
State calls Mark Sedgwick.
See a bit hands.
Stop and raise your right hand. Can you solemnly swear?
Hey,
or affirm
Maxine.
the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your
Maybe safe hands.
Honor. Sir, can you state your name and spell your name for the court?
Mark Sedgwick, last name is spelled Sedwick.
And can you just kind of introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what it is that you do for a living?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation out of the Dallas office.
And what are your duties as a special agent?
Currently, I'm a member of the CAS team, which is the Cellular Analysis Survey Team.
What do you do for the cast?
What the CAS team is a group of specially trained agents and task force officers who have been certified as experts in the analysis of historical call detail records, or CDRs.
How do you get certified to be a member of that team?
It's a process, takes at least a couple of years, but we have training originally up to 400 hours of training. That training includes from other agents, from outside companies on how radio frequency works, which is how the cell phone and the towers communicate through radio frequency. And most importantly, I'll be trained, and I have been trained by the engineers from all the major service providers in the United States. Currently AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, Sprint when it was in existence, on how the network operates, how the cell tower interacts with the network, and how to do this analysis.
And we skipped over this. How long have you been with the FBI?
Over 25 years,
How long have you been with the cast team?
since 2014.
And you mentioned already what the cast team is as a member, and we talked about kind of what your duties are, responsibilities as a member of the cast team. Can you explain to the jury what historical call detail record analysis or historical cell site analysis is?
What that is a CDR is basically your phone bill. It has the date and time a call or text was made, the two numbers involved, incoming, outgoing, the length of the call, but it also has the cell tower and sector or side of the cell tower that was utilized when that call was made. Based on those records and knowing where the other towers that were in existence at the time for that network are, I can determine the approximate location
Based on your analysis.
Yes, ma'am. The PowerPoint presentation includes my report.
Your Honor, may I first?
Sorry, I hit the wrong button.
It said, look, I'm handing you what's been marked States Exhibit 301. That appears to be a fair and accurate copy of your presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, State Officer States 301 for all purposes. It is 16.
Thank you.
Dinner fitments.
No objection, Judge, it's been previously stated.
All right, States Exhibit 301 is admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Fellows, Your Honor.
Amen.
Now, this is your PowerPoint presentation, and on the first slide, this indicates the 4 phone numbers in different, different colors. Is that helpful for the jury to kind of later determine which phone is what in the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Each number will be color coded and will remain that color throughout the presentation just to differentiate if I'm showing multiple phones at the same time. Just helps differentiate which device is which.
Okay, and in this case, the blue cell phone number that is related to Lisa Dykes, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And I just want to make it clear when I'm talking about the location, I'm talking about a device itself. I can't say who was carrying any of these devices at any time or what was said in a call or a text. I'm just talking about the device itself.
Okay, and then the black number, that device was associated with Dina Verano?
Yes, ma'am.
The red number was associated with Charles Beltran?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the green number was associated with Marisela Botello?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, can you explain to the jury what slide 2 is concerning?
Basically, this is my written report. The background, I took the 4 phones. I was asked by the Dallas office of the FBI, in this case, to analyze the 4 phones for a homicide that occurred on around October 4th or 5th of 2020. So what I do, the methodology is I take the call detail records and I take the contemporaneous tower lists that were in existence at the time. Obviously, this happened back in 2020. So I want to use the towers in existence 2020, not now. I plot all those towers on the map, and then I will take the usage that's in the CDRs and the other reports I get, plot that usage and show the locations of the phones along with any pertinent addresses during the pertinent timeframes.
Could you dim the lights to the jury? See, thank you. Now, can you talk about with the jury, I guess, how does a cell phone work?
The way a cell phone works is for a CDR, when the phone's just sitting in your pocket and you're not actively using it, it's going to look for the strongest signal with the least amount of interference, generally the closest tower. AT&T phones are going to look for AT&T towers. T-Mobile phones are going to look for T-Mobile towers. And once the phone itself identifies a tower or the sector it sees best, it'll do what we refer to as camp on it. There's a camp on it. And when the phone is camping on a tower, every tower and sector is continually broadcasting a signal for the phones to look for. That signal also sends some information. It gives what we refer to as a neighbor list. So it gives the other towers and sectors in the area. So if once you're in a call or in a data session and there needs to be a handoff as you move, or the network decides to hand you off, it's smooth. So that information is happening, but when you hit send on your phone, the tower that you're camped on is what is reflected in the call detail records, or if you start a data session or whatever, the phone chooses the tower. For an incoming call or text, the network doesn't keep track of what tower you're camped on, it just knows the general area you're in. So it'll send a page across all the towers in that area, you'll respond. Again, the phone choosing the tower and sector it sees the best at that time. In this case, for the T-Mobile number, I also had what's referred to as time in advance records. Time in advance occurs in the background of the network. It's just your phone being on generates this time in advance data. Time in advance does not have to be the strongest tower. It can just be a tower that the phone gets a signal from, and that is so the network is optimized. The timing in microseconds is very important, so you have smooth transitions. So that's why this exists. The time advance records gives me not only the tower and sector, but an approximate distance that the device was from that tower at that time. So what I can say is the device was within an arc or closer to the base of the tower based on the time in advance, because it's computed straight line of vacuum, the speed of light. Obviously, sometimes the signal gets reflected or goes around an obstacle, so it sometimes can be a little long. But what I can say with time in advance is the device had to be within kind of the arc or closer to the tower.
And what is a cell tower?
Basically, cell towers you see on this slide, you have on the left, you see general, like an overhead view, and then a side view of a general 3-sector cell tower in the United States. You can see there are 3 distinct sets of antennas. In the records, what I'm given is I'm given the tower and the sector, and then I'm given the orientation or azimuth that the center of that sector is pointed at. So if I'm given an azimuth of 60 degrees, that tower will cover approximately from 0 degrees to 120 degrees, or on a clock face, 12 o'clock to 4 o'clock. And they can be oriented in any direction needed by the engineers when they build the network. It could be 60, 120, 240, it could be 0, 120, 240, it could be however the engineers decide to set up the network.
And can you just explain this slide?
Yes, this is how I'm going to display the approximate coverage area of the towers. On the left, this is just for a call or a text or a data session. I have this, in this case, it's oriented at 0 degrees, 12 o'clock. So I have those 2 sector arms kind of going out, showing the 60 degrees to either side. And that shaded area is just to show how the energy goes out in an upside down funnel shape, or kind of an upside down funnel. But that shaded area is not inclusive of the entire coverage area. It's based on the other towers in the area. On the right, that's kind of how I'll show the time in advance. I have the same sector arms, the shaded area, but then I have kind of that arc or hot dog, whatever you want to refer to it, showing that distance. And there is it's not a solid line, there's a gap, because the signal can travel a certain distance in the time between it can even be measured. So that's reflected in that width of that arc.
And can you kind of explain this slide?
Yes, this is basically showing the 4 phones, the blue phone ending in 3757 associated with Ms. Dykes, and the other 3 phones. And then I was also provided 5 locations. The first was 3900 Post Oak Road in Wilmer, Texas, which is a red flag, where the victim's body was located. I was provided 3113 Kensington Drive in Mesquite as a residence, and that is a yellow flag with kind of a house in it. A bar, 2700 Elm Street in Dallas, Texas, with a green flag. A 7-Eleven, 4104 Gaston Avenue in Dallas, Texas, with a purple flag. And then a Take 5 oil change, 4004 Lemon Avenue in Dallas, Texas, with a blue flag.
Can you determine location of a cell phone by cell sites?
Yes, ma'am.
And how can you do that?
I take basically the CDRs and I plot the usage. So in this case, I started on October 4th, and this shows between 6:46 p.m. on October 4th to October 5th, 2020 at 11:56 a.m. And basically what this shows is the 2 phones, the phone associated with Ms. Dykes and the phone associated with Ms. Beltran, or excuse me, Ms. Morano, we're utilizing towers and sectors that have a coverage area that includes their residence. I can't say the devices were at the residence, they're somewhere within that coverage area, but the 3 towers that were used here show the coverage area that coverage area includes a residence. I don't think I stated it, but there is an overlap between sectors, there's an overlap between towers, because the network doesn't want a hard line where one tower ends and another one begins, because you'd have drop calls. So there's a overlap area, and this is kind of the classic example of that overlap area. But what I can say is between 6:46 p.m. and 11:56 a.m., the 2 devices were utilizing towers and sectors that have coverage area that includes their residents.
And what is this slide?
This is for the phone associated with Mr. Beltran, and this is October 4th from 9:27 to 10 p.m. And the same thing, it's utilizing towers and sectors that has a coverage area that includes the residents.
Okay, the next slide.
Now we're just continuing on we've kind of jumped ahead in time to October 5th, 12:42 to 12:55 a.m. And what this shows is you can see the time in advance arcs and the usage of the towers by Mr. Beltran, the device associated with Mr. Beltran, but it puts them in basically the Deep Ellum area near the bar.
And so that is both Charles Beltran, and then the green is associated with Marisela Botello, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's between 12:42 a.m. and 12:55 a.m. on October 5th.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jury about the slide?
This is just 12:57 to 1:23 a.m. And the same thing, the arcs are kind of intersecting around the bar. And the only activity for the phone associate, Mr. Beltran, is 2 outgoing SMSs at 12:57. And his is moved a little off to the east, but it's still in the Deep Ellum area.
And that's up until 1:23 a.m. on October 5th, 2020, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this next slide?
This next slide shows basically between 1:26 and 1:36 a.m. The time in advance data for Ms. Patello's phone shows her being in the vicinity of the 7-Eleven. You kind of have those intersecting arcs.
Hiya, Jenny. Hello, Jenny. Welcome. Yeah, thanks for coming in. Thanks for popping in. Doesn't get Mikey's crew, doesn't get just sent me walking around. Oh, thank you very much. I know a lot of our guys go to Mikey's as well, so I appreciate you popping in. But I don't appreciate the fact you've got to go to work, unfortunately. But yeah, thank you for coming in. This is the day 3. This is from yesterday, this trial. So we're just chilling out with it. I don't really get this trial, so we're just chilling out. We're covering the Krieger trial, but there's no trial on today or Monday. And Mikey's actually, he's watching it with us. He's well into it, actually. So, but yeah, welcome. Thank you so much for popping in, Jenny. Do appreciate you coming in. Yes, thank you for stopping in. Have a great day with all. It's now 4:45 in the evening here, so most people are finishing work here. So it's a little bit different world. My builder, he's leaving now, so.
When I'm looking for like a missing person or a fugitive and I get those intersecting arcs, it kind of gives me a place to start if they're obviously very close in time. And then it also shows that the device associated with Mr. Botello, or Mr. Beltran, excuse me, is utilizing tower and sector that covers the same area. So both devices are in the vicinity of the 7-Eleven in this 10-minute time frame.
And can you explain to the jury this slide?
Basically, from 1:38 to 1:43 a.m., it shows the device associated with Ms. Botello starting to move east away from the Deep Ellum and the 7-Eleven area. There's no activity for the phone associated with Mr. Beltran during this 5-minute time frame.
And this next slide?
This is from October 5th from 1:50 a.m. to 8:09 a.m. And what I have is time in advance data for Ms. Patello's phone arcing and kind of intersecting over the residence. So it's in the vicinity of the residence. And the phone associated with Mr. Beltran is back using that same tower. It was late, late evening on the 5th, or excuse me, the 4th, but also using a tower that has a coverage area that includes the crime scene, or excuse me, the residence.
And so that is consistent with both phones and devices being in that area.
Yes, ma'am.
And that is until 8:09 a.m. in the morning, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And then the last activity on the phone associated with Mrs. Botello is at 8:09 a.m. After that, there's no more activity with tower. So the phone could have been turned off, ran out of battery. I can't say what happened, but there was no longer any data with tower information after 8:09 a.m.
And as far as data is concerned with phones, are there instances where a phone may connect to a cell tower for data purpose that's not, I guess, instigated by the user?
Yes, ma'am. With time in advance, it's happening in the background. Like a data session, you don't have to be actively doing something. You might have something where you get an automatic update, like ESPN sends you a push and automatically opens up, or you just have a map or something running in the background and you just have a constant data session running. You don't have to be manipulating the phone for those data sessions to occur.
And next slide.
So
Explain to the jury what this one is.
So now we're 8:29 to 9:59 a.m. So about 20 minutes later, the phone associated with Mr. Botello has moved away from the residence. It moves into the area of at 8:55, utilizing a tower that has a coverage area that includes the Take 5 oil change. And then there's no activity for about 50 minutes, give or take. And at 8:44, it's utilizing the tower north of the take 5, and then it moves, and then at 9:59, so 15 minutes later, it's moved a little west, but it left the area of the residence, got to the area around the take 5 oil change around 8:55 a.m.
Okay, and I believe, I think you said Mr. Botello.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Beltran's phone. I apologize.
Okay, so this is Mr. Beltran's phone, between 8:29 a.m. and 9:59 a.m. on October 5th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this next slide.
We've now jumped ahead to the evening of October 5th, between 6:36 p.m. and 7:38 p.m. And what this shows is there's only one data session for the phone associated with Ms. Morano, but the phone associated with Ms. Dykes has several data sessions, putting the phone kind of in the Wilmer area. And as you can see, now we're out of like downtown Dallas, the towers are starting to get farther apart. And that's just basically the more people, the more towers you need to provide that good coverage. So when you get to more rural areas, towers get spread out. But this is consistent also with both those devices being in the Wilmer, Texas area.
And let's look at the last slide.
This is basically the same time frame, 6:27 to 7:31 p.m. So generally the same time frame, showing the device associated with Mr. Beltran is kind of in Dallas and north of Dallas during that time frame. So could not have been in the Wilmer, Texas area at this time.
Now, you wrote a report associated with this. You mentioned that was slide 2. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I asked you a few other questions. This phone kind of highlights certain timeframes and areas that were significant during the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I noticed in the report you had, I guess, plotted some information about Charles Beltran from October 5th, 8:29 a.m. to 9:59 a.m. And then the next slide goes to October 5th between 6:36 p.m. and 6:38 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was there still some activity on those phones between those time periods?
Yes, ma'am. I just didn't kind of show it because they're just kind of, all three phones were just kind of moving around the area, but they weren't going to any of the pertinent locations or pertinent times. So instead of having a bunch of slides that really don't show anything of importance, I just jumped ahead in time.
Okay. And if you can recall, the cell phones, those locations, and especially related to the cell phone of Charles Beltran and the cell phones of Nina Morano and Lisa Dykes, were those cell phones, did those cell phones appear to be traveling in the same areas, or were they in different areas?
They were in different areas, ma'am.
Okay. Did it appear that Ms. Dykes and Ms. Morano's phones were in the same area as each other?
Generally, yes, ma'am.
And the other question that I had asked you just to look at generally, because you had records on out through sometime in November, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And records even just prior to, just a few days prior to this October 5th.
Started the records I had for all three phones started October 1st.
October 1st, okay. And was there any other activity that indicated that the cell phone devices of Ms. Dykes or Ms. Morano were in the Wilmer location a second time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did it ever indicate, was there ever an indication that Mr. Beltran's phone was ever in that area?
No, ma'am. There was no activity showing the device associated with Mr. Beltran in the area of Wilmer, and the only time was for the other two devices, which was between 6:36 and 7:38 p.m. on the 5th.
Okay, and then lastly, Ms. Botello's phone, the last, I guess, contact with cell phone tower that was reported that we have is 8:09 a.m. on October 5th. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that appears to be consistent with being possibly at that location in the house.
Yes, ma'am. It's in the area of the residence. I can't say obviously it was at the residence, but with the time in advance and everything, it was in the area of the residence.
You're a past witness.
Can I do the light back on?
Yes.
All right, cross-examination.
Just real quickly, as far as the phone records, you're talking about 1 month of phone records, right?
Month and a half. Some of them, the phones stopped having activity earlier than others, but I don't have a long time of
Right.
activity.
Specifically, Charles Beltran's phone stopped having activity.
His phone, his last activity was on October 15th in New Orleans.
So if after October 15th, he went to that Wilmer, you have no idea, correct?
No, sir.
Again, we're talking about devices. We're not talking about, you're not saying Ms. Dykes was at that area, right?
No, sir. I think I tried to make it very clear that I'm talking about a device.
You did. But whether or not Ms. Dykes and Ms. Morano had been to that area before October 1st, you have no idea because those are records you checked, correct?
I didn't have those records, so no, sir. There's no way I could determine that.
And I think just so clear, you're saying that in the rural areas, they're more, those towers are spread out more, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what this,
I think it's slide 14.
yeah, this is showing, right?
Yes, sir. As you
Spread
can
out.
see, I saw it. If I didn't say it, all those little dots you see, the blue dots are AT&T towers, the green dots are T-Mobile towers. So as you can see, there's not nearly as many dots on this map just because we're in a more rural area, so the towers are spread farther apart.
And as far as, Mrs. Botello's phone, you don't know why her, phone stopped sending signals, correct?
No, sir. It just came off the network, so it could have been turned off. It could have broken, could have ran out of battery. Yes, sir. I can't say it just went off the network.
But as far as your records, there's no indication that her phones were down in that one round, right?
No, sir.
That's all I have, thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me, are you reading?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be found next to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Please watch your second exam on the witness stand, and you are free to leave or go back for business.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is now 12:08. We will start our lunch a little.
October 5th, during that time.
All right. So we go through it. Do you know what? It makes me laugh, right? Some of you make me laugh because I do appreciate you because I know a lot of you are here. You have no idea what's going on with this trial. You've no like you're like me. I have no idea what's going on. You know, you just sitting here listening to it. I do appreciate that. I don't think that I underestimate that. Some of you here to support the channel because I know you don't understand this trial and you're still here supporting. So I do very, very much appreciate that. And who we got here? Sky White Dog. Sky White Dog, go to the corner. Where are you coming from? Location, just curious. I'm from Wales in the UK. West Wales, I'm from. Where are you from, Sky White Dog? You from the US or are you asking because you're from the UK and wondering where I'm from? If you are from the UK, not far from Swansea, sir, or madam. So that's where I am from. So thank you for joining us. First time up in the channel as well. So appreciate you. We've got a few more hours of this, then we'll watch day 4 then. We should be all caught up. So yeah, shout out to you all that are here and haven't got a clue about this trial and you're just here to support. So appreciate you all.
Okay. Were you aware that he went to Arkansas for a rap show?
Yes,
Okay, he told you about that.
yes.
And you weren't able, were you able to go with him?
No, because he never invited me to go.
Florida.
Mhm.
Now, October 4th is when he returned, right?
I think so.
Had you spoken with him or texted him about y'all meeting up late?
Yes.
Okay, and did you meet up with him?
Is it a Sunday or
Yeah, this was a Sunday.
I was at work?
Okay, you were at work Sunday.
Mhm.
What time would you get off at work?
2 in the morning.
2 in the morning. That's when you worked at Rick's, it's
Yes,
like a Rick's
doorbell.
Cabaret.
I'm sorry, one at a time.
Is that when you worked at Rick's Cabaret as like a waitress?
Door?
You worked at the door?
Well, welcome Sky White Dog. Anyway, we've got a few people from Florida around, so welcome to you.
And I saw you look at the calendar. That's just a calendar to kind of help you remember what day of the week it was.
I'll be honest with you, I'm a little bit creek-cracking. It's it is long days and I've got other stuff I do as well. So it can get to me a little bit. I do doze off, especially when I'm bored. And I don't know what's going on. I do sometimes doze off. So apologies for that. But it is something fun, I suppose. But I thought something was wrong in here because, normally we can't shut you up. So I thought you were doing something different.
So on Sunday, you would be working the door at Rick's Cabaret and you would get off around 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
Did you have plans to meet up with Chuck later that week?
Yes.
Did you try to contact him?
Yes.
And how many times did you try to contact him?
A lot.
Okay, so you blew him up, right?
Yes.
You blew up his phone. And he never called you back, right?
No.
How'd that make you feel?
Like, it made me feel like he was with somebody else, you know, because he never answered.
And the next day, did you finally get in touch with him?
He hit me up.
Okay, hit you up. He texted you, called you, or do you recall?
He texted me.
Let you know that he fell asleep, right?
Yes.
Did you all hang out later that day?
Yes.
Okay, where did you guys hang out?
I don't remember.
Okay, and do you recall about what time of day you all hung out?
Probably like in the afternoon.
And did you guys end up spending the night together that night?
Don't remember if that night. I don't remember.
So prior to this, you had only been to the house once or twice. He didn't take you over there frequently, right?
No.
Would there be times that you all might spend the night together,
What do you mean?
like stay overnight?
At the house?
Not at the house, just anywhere.
Oh, yes.
Okay, and where might you stay?
So after that, he never took me back to the house. Like he would always want to rent hotels.
You recall if that first night after he kind of ghosted you, did y'all stay in a hotel that night?
Yes.
So after that, you never went back to that house in Mesquite with him.
Yeah, no.
Did you ever meet Lisa Dykes or Nina Morano?
No.
Did Chuck ever tell you about it?
I knew them as his lawyers because that's how he would always tell me that Lisa and Nina were his lawyers.
At some point, did you and Chuck decide to go out of town?
Yes, that's when he had told me that if I wanted to go out for a vacation to New Orleans.
And do you remember when you went to New Orleans?
I don't remember. I know it was like around October, but I don't remember the day.
But it was after this situation where he kind of ghosted you that night.
Yes,
And did you all go to New Orleans?
yes.
And what car did you all drive in?
He pulled up in a SUV, white SUV.
Had you seen him drive that car before?
No,
What car did you see him normally drive?
he used to drive an Audi, black Audi.
And did you, you all drove to New Orleans. Did you rent an Airbnb for you all to stay in?
Yes.
About how long were you going to stay there?
I think he had booked it for like probably like a week or so.
Did y'all end up staying in that Airbnb?
No, when we got there, we had barely just got there, and it was only one night that we stayed there.
Okay, why'd y'all leave?
He received a call.
And did you hear the call?
No,
You just heard his side of the call?
yeah, he like when he received the call, he like got away from me.
Okay. But based on that call, how did he act?
He looked worried.
And at that point, what did you all decide to do?
So that's when he told me that his uncle, that's how he would call him, unks, said that called them and said that the detectives were at his house trying to speak to Chuck.
After that, what happened?
So that's when I asked him what's going on, and he didn't tell me anything. He just said, I need you to go back to Dallas.
Did he tell you about meeting a girl that night that y'all were supposed to meet up?
No, not there, no.
And so he told you you need to go back to Dallas, is that correct?
Yes,
And did you go back to Dallas?
yes.
How'd you get there?
I went back on the car, the SUV.
Did you drive?
Yes,
Okay, on your own?
yes.
And where did Chuck go?
He stayed there.
He stayed in the New Orleans area?
Yes.
Okay, did you drop him off at like a friend's place?
No.
Do you know?
No, he stayed there.
Okay, you just stayed at the Airbnb?
Yes.
And where did you take that SUV?
He told me to drop it off at the house.
And after you dropped it off at the house, what happened next?
I just left it there.
How did you get to your car?
My sister picked me up.
And did you take it back to wherever your vehicle was located?
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
And then after that, I went back
Back
to where he was at.
in New Orleans area?
Yes.
Okay, where did you pick him up?
There in the New Orleans.
When you picked him up, did y'all stay in New Orleans for any amount of time?
No. So when I went back, that's when I asked him, I'm like, I want to know what's going on.
Okay. And what did he tell you?
He didn't tell me nothing yet. Like not then, right there, he hadn't told me anything.
And so you pick him up in New Orleans, doesn't tell you anything. I mean, something's going on, right?
Yes.
During that time, did you have any contact with Lisa or Nina?
No, not that I remember. No.
What did you do after you picked him up? Where did you all go?
So that's when he was driving. He was driving my car, and I remember the trip was silent. Like he wasn't saying nothing. Like it was just like us muted. And that's when I asked him again. I'm like, "Hey, what's going on?" He kind of got mad. Like he raised his voice at me. He had never done that.
Okay.
He said, "Stop questioning me."
Now, when he raised his voice at you, were you afraid that he was going to do something violent to you?
At that moment, yes. Like he had never talked to me like that.
Okay, that's the only time you ever heard him say that
Yes.
or raise his voice.
Yes.
Did he do anything to you?
No.
Where did you all go?
I don't remember where I dropped because I dropped them off somewhere. I don't remember.
Okay. So we had met before a couple of times, and do you recall telling me that you took him to a hotel in Pennsylvania?
Yes, I think that's where I dropped them off.
Okay, so you dropped him off at a hotel in Pennsylvania, is that right?
Yes.
And did he tell you that Nina and Lisa were going to pick him up there?
So when we got there, we got into kind of an argument because I was just like, "Hey, like, what's really going on? Like, you're telling me that the detectives want to talk to you. Like, I don't even know what's going on. I'm over here with you. Like, what's going on?" And he just said, "Stop questioning me. Stop questioning me." And I was like, "You know what? I'm gonna go." And he said, "Okay, that his lawyers were gonna pick him up."
His lawyer.
His lawyers.
And during that conversation, you guys have an argument. You're confronting him about something that you know sounds strange.
Yeah.
Did he act like he was going to do any harm to you at all? Physically?
No,
It was just argument.
but he was just acting crazy. Like, he was. I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, he was acting crazy, like,
Because I just kept questioning him, like, what's going on? What's going on?
okay, was he paranoid?
Yes.
Okay, concerned?
Yes.
And so you left him at the Pennsylvania hotel, and you said that he said the lawyers were going to pick him up. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you drove back here
To Dallas,
to
yes.
Dallas. Now, did you have any communication with Chuck after that?
I don't remember after that, but he had probably weeks or I don't even know, months. He had texted me from an unknown number that I gave one to the detectives.
Okay. So you got that text from the unknown number, and did he let you know where he was?
At that point, no.
At some point, did you learn that he was in Mexico?
I don't remember.
Now, you mentioned a minute ago that you got this unknown number. You were questioned, I guess, by detectives, about his whereabouts. Is that right?
Yes, when I got back from, where was it? You said Pennsylvania?
And they came up to your work, right?
Yes, when I came back to Dallas.
And that was a little, I guess, scary for you.
Yeah.
Did they tell you anything about why they were looking for Mr. Beltran?
I don't remember what they told me at first.
But you cooperated, gave them any information you had.
Yes, I told them yes.
Right, you're on a pass witness. Cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Alvarez, thank you. My name is Keith Harrison. I represent Ms. Dykes. You've never met Ms. Dykes, correct?
No.
Even though you've been to her home, you've never met her, right?
No.
Do you actually remember, his name is Charles Beltran. I'm calling Chuck. You knew him as Chuck.
Yes.
You know him as Chuck 50/50 or just Chuck?
I knew that he was Chuck 50/50 when I started following him on Instagram.
Okay. What do you think Chuck 50/50 meant?
I don't even know.
Okay. So you didn't follow him on Instagram that much, right?
No, wait, what was that?
I'll withdraw the question. I guess what I'm trying to get at is you didn't know him that long, right?
No, I
Maybe a few
didn't.
months?
A few months.
All right. But in the time that you did know him, At some point, he took you over to Mesquite. You do that it was in Mesquite, right? The house?
Yes.
Just if you remember. Do you remember?
Yes.
All right. He took you to this house in Mesquite. You remember did y'all go in through the front door or y'all go in through the garage? Just if you remember. Do you remember?
I think it was the garage.
You go straight to his room, right?
Yes.
When you go there, you don't know if anybody's at that house or not, do you?
I don't.
They could have been, right?
Yes.
You're in his room, right?
Yes.
Did he show you his studio?
No.
Did he show you the studio?
I never seen no studio.
Okay, just his bedroom?
Yes.
All right, so y'all in his bedroom. How long were you at his house?
I would go there, but just spend the night, basically at night.
So you literally spend the night at this house and you wouldn't know if there were other people in the house?
No.
All right,
Yeah. Right.
in his room.
In his room, it was just me and him.
And whether there were other people in the house, you had no idea?
No.
Could have been.
I guess.
Is that a yes or no?
No.
I'm saying, when you were there in his room with him, could there have been other people in the house?
I don't know. Like, if maybe there could have been people in the house.
Mhm.
Maybe. Yeah.
Because y'all just stayed in his room, right?
Yes.
Just you and him.
Yes.
Did you use his bathroom?
Yeah.
Even going to his bathroom, you didn't know whether there were other people in the house, right?
Right.
When you left the house, still didn't know whether there were other people in the house.
There was nobody when I would leave. I would leave like the next day in the morning.
Back through the garage.
No, it would be through the front door.
And during that time period, when he was messing with you, he was driving the black Audi.
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about this night that you were you working at the Ecstasy Club?
It was Rick's.
Or you were going to meet him at the Ecstasy Club?
Oh, meet him.
You were supposed to meet him at the Ecstasy Club?
Yes.
It's XTC, right?
Yes.
Ecstasy, right?
Yes.
It's a strip club, right?
Yes.
And that's where you were supposed to meet him that night.
Yes.
But he didn't show up, right?
No.
So you started calling him.
Yes.
And you worked in Rick's Cabaret,
Yes.
but you just worked the front door.
Yes.
So you start calling him, he never answers.
Yes.
He calls you the next morning, about 7 in the morning,
Yes.
all right?
I don't remember if 7 in the morning, but it was the next
He
day.
calls you that next morning.
Yes.
When he calls you that next morning, I mean, is he excited? Does he sound nervous and paranoid?
No.
You remember when you said he got this phone call from his uncle, right?
Yeah, but that was like,
Later, way
Yeah.
later, way later. But when he got that phone call from his uncle about the police looking for him, he got real nervous, didn't
yes.
he? He got real scared, didn't
Yes.
he? You could see the difference in him, couldn't you?
Yes.
But on the night you called him that morning, he was normal, wasn't
Yes.
he? I think you, now I don't want the words in your mouth, but you said that y'all met that afternoon, right?
Yes.
From what you remember.
Yes.
All right, and then whether or not y'all spent the night that night or the following night, sometime after that, y'all started going to hotels, right?
Yes.
And never went back to the house in Mesquite.
No.
At some point, when you're taking him, when y'all go to New Orleans, and y'all supposed to stay at the Airbnb for a week, you said?
Yes.
But he gets a phone call, and that's when you end up coming back?
That's when he canceled everything. Like, said, just go back.
When he gets his phone call and you start questioning him, you said he got angry.
Yes.
So you stopped questioning.
Yes.
You never seen him like that.
No.
You were afraid, weren't you?
A little bit, because I really didn't know him.
Yeah, he's raising his voice at you, telling him to stop questioning him. You were afraid. You're with this man that you really don't know, right?
Yes.
Something's going on and he won't tell you, right?
Yes.
He's telling you stop questioning him about this stuff.
Yes.
Do you stop questioning?
I did.
Because you were afraid, weren't you? To keep questioning.
Yeah.
Now, at some point, you said y'all start driving, and do you even know where you dropped them off at? I know they kind of told you that you said Pennsylvania. Do you even remember that?
I don't even remember. I mean, I didn't really remember where I was at. I don't know the place.
Everybody's refreshing your memory, right?
Yes.
They're telling you dropped them off in Pennsylvania, right?
Yes.
You don't really recall being in Pennsylvania, do you?
I don't remember if it was there, but
What city in Pennsylvania were y'all in?
I don't know.
I'm not gonna put words in your mouth. You tell me.
I don't know the city.
Do you even know if you were in Pennsylvania? Did you understand my question?
I don't remember, no.
So is that a no? I don't know if I was in Pennsylvania?
I don't know where I dropped them off. I don't know.
You just know you dropped him off and he was supposed to meet someone that was supposed to be his lawyers.
Yes.
You do remember that?
Yes.
And you do remember that on this trip, it was silent, wasn't it?
Yes.
Long trip, wasn't it?
Yes.
Do you remember how many hours y'all were in that car together?
I don't remember. It was hours.
Several hours of silence with a man you barely know, right?
Yes.
Traveling across the country, right?
Yes. Yes.
When you're traveling across the country with this man you barely know, did you feel like you had to go at that point?
At some point, I started questioning myself, like,
Why am I doing this?
yes.
What am I doing?
Yes.
Why am I putting myself in danger with a man I barely know?
Yes.
Because again, you're traveling hours and hours, state to state, with a man who's already gotten angry with you before y'all left, right? Because he got angry with you in New Orleans, right?
Yes.
For questioning him
Yes.
about what's going on.
Yes.
And you still felt necessary to go with him, right?
Yes.
At some point, y'all get to wherever y'all ended up, and you start questioning him again, didn't you?
Yes.
Because now you know the police got something to do with this, right?
Yes.
And you're asking yourself, what is this guy getting me involved in, right?
Yes.
Well, why don't you just leave?
Because at first, I really thought, because he was selling drugs that I knew of. So I thought maybe they're looking for him because of drugs.
But in the truth, you didn't leave because you couldn't leave, right? He needed you.
Right.
You couldn't leave, right? That's why you didn't leave.
He was-
Until he let you leave, right?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I would ask counsel, just ask one question at a time.
Right, you can give the witness time to.
Listen, my question to you is, you couldn't leave because he wouldn't let you leave.
Right.
And at some point, wherever y'all were, when y'all got to wherever y'all ended up, you start questioning again because you knew the police were involved.
Yes.
And you didn't want to get in trouble, did you?
Right.
And he told you stop questioning.
Right.
And he's not talking as nice as I'm talking to you now.
No.
He's yelling at you.
Yes.
And you're shocked because you've never seen, Chuck talking to you in a manner like that, right?
Right.
It didn't seem like the same person, did it?
No.
And you were afraid.
Yes.
So you stopped questioning, didn't you?
Yes.
And when he let you leave, you left.
Right.
But that's only when he let you leave. Right?
Right when he would tell me to leave.
Okay. And when you say he was acting crazy, did you know what he would do if you kept questioning him?
At that moment, like I said, I didn't really know him or his bad side. So,
You stopped questioning.
Right.
Because you didn't want to get hurt, did you?
I could say that.
And you said you knew he was a drug dealer, right?
Right.
Did you know what type of other people he hung around?
The only people that I knew was
Like
Freddie and Unks.
Dykes?
Yes.
Did you know he had been in prison?
No, he never told me.
But he never told you anything about. Now you've seen the stories about Marisela, right? The missing girl.
Yes.
He never told you anything about her that when he was with you, did he?
No.
Never told you anything about Miss Dykes hurting Marisela, did
No.
he? In fact, on the morning you called him, he was calm, cool, and collected, wasn't he?
Just to him, how he was, the normal him.
And as far as the lawyers, he wasn't afraid of his lawyers, was he?
No.
on that day, you were supposed to meet him on October the 4th. How do you know it was October the 4th? Is that something else I just told you?
No, because I was working Sunday. So I remember that when I was working on a Sunday, I was getting up at 2 in the morning and I was supposed to meet up with him.
And you would have met up with him the following day during the afternoon, right?
That's when I met up with him later on.
But where he went or what he did before he met back up with you, you have no idea. Do you?
No.
Did you know anything about Carter?
Who's that?
Another one of his girlfriends.
No.
So you never went to that apartment?
I would drop him off at some apartments.
What were those apartments?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
No. And ma'am, just so we're clear, even now, you're a little afraid about being associated with all this, aren't you?
Yes.
All the people that are involved in this thing, right?
Yes.
I mean, your fear is real, right?
Yes.
What people could potentially do to you for hanging out with Chuck, right?
Right.
But testifying in this case, right?
Yes.
Whether that's his friends or Marisela's friends, you have concern for your safety, don't you?
Right.
I'll ask for this judge. Thank you, Ms. Alvarez.
Can you redirect?
No, you're on.
Okay, this witness be found excused.
No objection, no.
All right, thank you for being here. Thank you for agreeing to leave and go back to the seat. Please watch your step. Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, can you say your name and spell your name?
I don't know. No, I don't think
It's
so.
Jamie Scarpa, Jamie. Scarpa is Scarpa.
Okay, and can you tell the jury just, I guess generally where you're from and what it is you do?
I'm from East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. I am a realtor there. I'm also a bank teller there.
And Ms. Scarpa, have you, how many times have you met Lisa Dykes?
Maybe 5.
Okay. And your relationship, or your, I guess, connection to this case is more through Nina Morano, is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you know Nina Morano?
She moved in next to my house.
Okay, that in East Stroudsburg.
Correct.
And do you recall about what year she moved in?
They moved in early 2018, her and her husband,
Okay, and her husband's name is
William.
William?
Yes.
And he went by Bill, correct?
Yes,
Okay, Bill Morano.
correct.
And how was Nina in the neighborhood?
When she first moved in, she was real quiet, but as we grew to know her, she was a social butterfly. She talked to everybody. She was always outside, very kind, great with my children.
Did you have some time to, spend with her and Bill as a couple,
As neighbors, yes.
as neighbors?
Yeah.
Let me clarify that. So you, would have dinners together as, neighbors and do events and things like that.
Yes, we've been to their house. They did fires with us, that sort of stuff.
When was it that you recall maybe noticing a change in Bill and Nina's relationship?
I would say in the fall of 19. And we only noticed it because Bill would sleep in the car in the road behind her house. So we found it odd. So we would ask him, like, are you okay? What's going on? And he would be like, oh, we're arguing. I think she's cheating on me.
Okay.
I thought they were just going through a rough patch, though. I didn't
You didn't
think
anything
they were going to break up. No.
else. Did you ever talk to Nina about it?
No.
Okay. And you said that was in the fall of 2019, is that correct?
Yes.
And had you seen Lisa Dykes in Pennsylvania prior to that?
No.
Now Bill passed away, is that correct?
He did.
When did he pass away?
He passed away November of 19.
Now, when did you actually learn of his passing?
She told us March of 20,
Okay, and when you're saying she, who told you?
Nina.
So you all are neighbors for a few years, you spend time together. Did you find it odd that she didn't tell you of his passing when it happened?
Absolutely.
Okay, is this somebody who would have gone to his services?
Absolutely.
But you didn't really know what all was going on between them at that time.
Correct.
Okay, so you learned this in, what'd you say, March of 2020?
Yes.
Now, at what point after that did you first see Lisa in Pennsylvania? If you recall.
I would say the end of the summer or beginning of fall in 2020.
Okay, and
So-
did you have a conversation with Lisa at that time?
Not really.
Um,
I met her for the first time walking a dog.
And you saw her, noticed her?
Yeah. Yep.
Now, did Nina start doing more, after Bill's passing, did Nina start doing more travel?
Yes.
And as a neighbor, did you kind of help her out with, various things, getting the mail, things like that?
Yes, she'd have me watch her cats, get the mail, check her oil levels, that kind of stuff.
Okay, check her oil levels if you don't live under.
Like heating oil, heating oil.
Let's just make sure because the winters get bad. Right?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Around, I guess, October, well, let me back up just a little bit. You all were neighbors. After Bill's passing and you learned his passing, had Nina indicated that she was planning on moving anytime soon?
She did not.
And why did she move to that neighborhood, if you know?
She was trying to rekindle a relationship with her father, who lives in the house behind us.
So I want to kind of fast forward to, you said that she started traveling quite a bit. In early October, in fact, October 2nd, did you get a text from Nina that just indicated she wasn't home?
Yes,
She was traveling somewhere.
correct.
Did you know where she was?
I did not. She was telling us that she was opening law firms in New York and Florida with a friend. So that's where we assumed she was.
Okay. Did she ever mention traveling to Texas?
No.
Now, at the first part of October, I guess the second week of October, did you get a phone call from Nina? Let me back up just a little bit to start with. At some point, you provided, I guess, a timeline just to kind of help you remember everything that kind of happened from September of 2020 on. Is that correct?
Kind of. The timeline was to prove whether she was in Pennsylvania or not for the detective when they asked.
Okay. And you provided that to Detective Ramirez?
Correct.
Would that timeline kind of help you refresh your recollection?
Probably.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Ms. Scarpa, is that the timeline that you provided Detective Ramirez?
It is.
Okay. And if you want to just kind of read over the front part of that, just refresh your recollection, and you can refer back to that if you like. You received a phone call from Nina at some point in October, is that correct?
I did.
And when in October did you receive that phone call?
I mean, there's a few on here. Which one are you referring to?
I'm sorry,
That's
the
okay.
one about selling your house.
The selling your house one was closer to November.
Okay. And what she need? What did she want?
She just said that it had to be listed right away. It kind of seemed urgent. I told her that I would need keys and we'd have to take pictures. Like I couldn't just do it today, like she was wanting. I'd had to wait for her to come back.
So that was closer to November, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And I'm going to give you just a moment just to read through that timeline. We talked about this yesterday, is that correct?
Yes, we did.
And this is your timeline that you provided Detective Ramirez?
Correct.
Okay. Are you nervous?
Yes.
Incredibly nervous?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had to testify before in a criminal court proceeding? Now, looking back and refreshing recollections, do you remember about what week it was that you received a phone call from Nina about listing the house?
Oh, it says the week of October 12th on here.
Does that sound right?
That seems right. Yes.
Okay.
I did.
And you said she seemed urgent.
She did.
Okay. On that day, do you know if she was in Pennsylvania or if she was somewhere else?
She was out of town because I told her I would need keys in order to list the house.
Okay. And she wasn't there to provide those at that time.
Correct.
And did she say why it was urgent or anything like that?
No.
Okay. What was the next recollection that you have as far as the conversation with Nina concerning the house?
Not until she returned home. She returned home maybe the second week of November, and we listed the house then.
Okay, second week of November, you listed the house?
Yes.
Okay, I want to talk more about that in just a minute. Did you receive any communication with her, I believe November 1st or 2nd?
Yes, the first she called and said she needed me to do a favor, that she was having a car delivered. And then the second she had texted me, the car will be arriving shortly. When it comes, put a car cover on it. She had a car cover on the passenger seat of the car.
And what car was it?
It was a black Audi with tinted windows.
Okay, had you ever seen her to drive a black Audi before?
No.
Do you recall what car she generally drove? if you remember?
I do not. She drove not nice cars.
I'm sorry,
She drove not nice cars for
not nice cars.
a while. Yeah, until Bill died.
Until Bill passed.
Yes.
Okay. Let's do with that car.
Parked it, put a car cover on it, and left it.
Okay, and in fact, I mean, the car cover kept blowing off, kept going over there, put it on.
It did. We put it on 2 or 3 times that week.
And these are all neighborly things that you would do for any of your neighbors.
Yes.
Now, so it's clear that she was not in town or not in Pennsylvania November 1st or 2nd.
Correct.
And what is the next event on the timeline that we discussed?
When she came home,
And when did she come home?
November 11th.
November 11th. And that is when she listed the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, was she alone or was she with someone?
She was not when I went to the house, and Lisa was there.
Okay, Lisa was there. Is that the first time you officially met Lisa?
Yes.
And describe, you've been in that house several times before, your dinners and things like that. Was the house in the same condition it was before? Or did it look the same decor-wise?
No. So
Okay,
normally,
tell the jury what the difference was, or what the house looked like when you went in November 11th.
so normally her house is bright and airy and open. All the windows and doors were covered with like black sheets. It was pitch black in the house when I walked in.
And Lisa was there, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was your purpose of being here?
Bring over the listing contract.
And did you start a discussion with Nina about the listing contract?
Yes, we went to the dining room table. We sat down. They put a tape recorder in the middle of the table, like a phone on record. I'm not sure why.
Okay, and you said they, who put the phone down, if you remember?
I don't remember.
Was this typical behavior for Nina?
No.
Was she outgoing and friendly as like she used to be, or how was she acting?
I mean, she was friendly. Yeah,
Okay.
she was okay.
When you talked about the housing contract or the listing contract, who was the primary person between Nina and Lisa that was doing the talking?
Nina talked about a price. She said it's that price that she wanted for the property.
Okay.
The rest of the questions I were going over was mostly Lisa.
And Nina made it clear that she wanted $310,000 for it. Is that correct?
Yeah, not a penny less. That house was her baby. Like she didn't want to get rid of it.
Okay, and all the rest of the questions were Lisa.
Yes.
Had you ever had anybody report a conversation like that before about a listing contract?
No.
Did you find that to be somewhat odd?
Awkward.
Awkward?
Yes.
Okay, was the meeting awkward?
Other than being recorded, no.
And at some point, you were having them, it's time for them to sign the listing documents. Is that correct?
Yes.
What happened after that?
We toured the house, and there was a closet that's next to the foyer. Inside that large closet, it was like a life-size, I guess you call it a statue of a skeleton, and it was wearing like a robe, and it was holding something like this. There's like a mat on the floor in front of it. She made it like pretty clear buyers are not to go in there. Don't open that door.
And what did they do in front of that?
Kneeled.
After they kneeled, were you standing there while they kneeled right with them, or where were you?
I was not in the closet.
Okay. What did you think about that?
I was ready to go. Yeah.
Were you terrified?
Scary.
Did you ever know Nina to be into that sort of thing?
Yes. She originally lost connection with her father due to religion, but I didn't know what the religion was.
Okay, so you're just kind of surmising that maybe it was this.
Yes.
Okay, but you've never seen anything like this before?
No.
And you didn't know her and Bill to have these types of statues in their house before?
No.
When they finished kneeling, what did they do after that? Did they sign the contract?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
It's fine.
And you listed the house?
Yep. Took pictures a couple days later and listed the house.
Initially, did you all get an offer on the house?
Yeah, we got a lower offer a couple weeks later. I think it was $285, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And did you talk to me about that offer?
Yes, she originally said no, that she wasn't going to take it. I got off the phone. I called the buyer's agent. I'm like, we're not accepting your offer.
Okay. And did you get subsequent communication?
Yes, same day, Nina called back, and after speaking with Lisa, we would like to take it. We just want to get rid of it.
Did you know where Nina was at that time?
I did not.
She was not in Pennsylvania.
Not that I recall.
Okay. And you didn't see Lisa in Pennsylvania either?
No.
Okay. On December 8th, did you have some communication with Nina?
She came over with paperwork that I gave her to sign. She handed it in to me and just said that they were leaving town.
And so you had to sign paperwork, documents, things like that. And she advised that she's going out of town again. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. At some point, in December, did you receive a photograph from a buyer's agent about some concerning things in the home?
yes, we did. A buyer's agent had said that a buyer was concerned about something that they seen, and they sent me a photo. It was like a smaller, what I would call Grim Reaper statue, and it was on like a small side table with candles and like little cups of alcohol or money in the cups. The buyer wanted like an explanation if they were going to buy this house. That was scary to them. Didn't know what to say.
So, and you kind of let the buyer's agent know, look, that's her religious beliefs. I can't really talk to her about it or
Right.
anything else like that.
Yeah, I never brought it up with Nina either.
Okay. And at some point, you did your own personal research on what that statue was. Is
I
that
did,
right?
yes.
And what did that statue in your research represent?
The Santa Marta statue was Angel of Death that they had up.
That particular person, did they make an offer on that house? Or
They did not, no.
Okay. At that time, was Nina in Pennsylvania next door, or was she elsewhere?
She was elsewhere at that time.
Okay, did you know where she was?
No.
On December 16th, did you get a phone call from her that she was going to be out of town?
Yeah, that was for the holidays. That one, they did say they were going to Texas to see Lisa's family for the holidays.
And again, asked you to watch the house, bring in the mail, check the oil levels.
Correct.
All those things. At some point, did the mail that you were bringing in, did I guess the address or the name on the address change?
It did.
And what did it change to?
It was Nina Beltran was what we were starting to get mail as.
And did you text Nina concerning that, about getting a package?
Yeah, I just said your package came because she was looking for it. I put it on the counter and I took a picture and sent it to her.
Had you heard any talk from Nina about changing her name to Beltran or anything like that?
No.
Was it just a little surprising to you that this name change should have occurred?
Odd.
Did you ever meet Charles Beltran?
No.
Okay, never saw him in the house?
No.
December 7th, did you get communication again from Nina about just checking the oil levels?
Yes.
Is she still out of town?
Yes.
At some point, did you all get an offer on the house and get a contract on the house?
We did.
Okay, and was that first contract, the 285?
Yes.
Is that the contract that ultimately went through?
We did have others, but yes, that's the one that went through.
Do you recall what day it was that you saw them packing up and moving out of that home?
It was like early January.
And did you speak with Nina when they moved out?
I did not.
Did you ever, I guess on January 14th, is that the day that you saw the moving trucks?
Yes.
And did you receive a phone call from her that evening to just kind of say her final goodbyes?
Yes, I did. I was not home when she came to the door and she was like, thank you for being such a great neighbor. Thank you for helping me through the transaction. You've been a good friend. I'll never see you again is pretty much what she said.
Okay. Between January 15th and January 24th, you spoke with Nina frequently just about the closing.
Yeah, daily.
Contracts had to be extended, things of that nature.
Yes.
Do you recall what day it was, and you can refresh your recollection, that you saw police cars over at Nina's house?
It was January 25th.
And did you call Nina and let her know?
I did. I said, there's police in your driveway. Do you want me to go over? I originally thought maybe somebody was trespassing or something. It was a vacant property. She said no.
And you didn't go over there, but the Dallas detectives come over to your home?
Yeah, within minutes, like when I was on the phone with her, they were coming to my door.
And you told me, I'm going to talk to the police and I'll call you back.
Yes.
Okay, did you call her back?
I did not, but I sent her a picture of Detective Ramirez's card.
Okay, did she let you know via text that she'll contact
It's a misunderstanding. I'll call them right now.
you? Did you talk to her any more about that day?
No.
Did you receive a phone call from her January 27th?
Yeah, a few days later, she seemed a little panicked. I just need to know what you told the police. What did you tell them? What did they ask you? I didn't know anything at that point, so I didn't tell them anything.
You had not heard anything about Marisela Botello, Charles Beltran?
No.
Police looking for them or anything of that nature?
The police told me that they were looking for a missing person. They did not give me a name.
And knowing Nina, did you find find it very odd and strange that she might be involved in something
Oh,
like that.
absolutely. I didn't believe it.
But you didn't know Lisa at all?
No.
And you didn't know Charles Beltran at all?
No.
At some point, I believe you got a phone call from the buyer's agent that the mortgage denied and the sale was going to be extended again.
Extended again.
And how did Nina react to that?
Panicked. She was telling me that she was purchasing another home with this money. They needed it now.
At some point, you, the contract did go through, and, you know, every state of real estate transactions are a little bit different, but they had to execute a deed, is that correct?
Correct.
And I say they, Nina was the only person that was on the deed of the home, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay,
Well, it was Nina and Bill, but Bill had passed.
Okay, Nina and Bill, and so Nina had to execute a deed for you to, I guess, get the sale to go through, is that correct?
Yes.
And what day did that deed go forward or go through?
We had closed in March, but she had signed in February, and I had set up something for her to come in and sign, but she refused to attend. She wanted to use a notary of her choice.
Okay, and Scarpa, I'm handing you, it's been marked Estates, Exhibit 302, 303, and 304. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And that is your words at the bottom, a text message to Nina, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and then this is a picture of that you received from the buyer's agent in the home.
Yes, it is.
And this is the deed that we mentioned before, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, state offer states 303, I'm sorry, 302, 303, and 304 for all purposes. Entering to defense counsel.
Oh, Brian, I apologize. I need to take a brief break and call my son's dentist to give him permission to fill his cap. I'm gonna take a 5-minute break.
All right.
Three oh two, 303, and 304.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 302, 303, and 304. Are admitted for all purposes. And these were mortgage documents?
Mortgage documents and 2 photographs. And the mortgage document is 3 pages. Thank you.
Which number is that?
That is 304.
3 pages of mortgage. Thank you.
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Now, this is states 303. This is the photograph that was sent to you from the buyer's agent, is that correct?
Correct.
That's not the same one that you saw in the closet.
Oh, no.
Okay, the same one that you saw was
The one in the closet is life size.
302. I'm going to turn it this way. This is just that package that has this has and for some reason the document's not refocusing, but it has the name addressed to now Nina Beltran. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was dated, I think this text was December 31st, 2020.
Yes.
And then states 304. This is the document, the deed that you had sent her to execute. And you mentioned before that you had asked her to come to the office. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that is a common practice, right?
Yes, buyer and seller close together.
And this particular occasion, she wasn't there.
Correct.
Did she tell you where she was?
No.
Okay. At some point, she had to get it notarized. Is that right?
Yes.
And initially, she failed to fill out a portion of it. This top portion, is that correct?
Yes, the state and location.
And did you eventually have to send that back to her to have her fill that out?
The title company sent it back to the notary. Yes.
Okay, the notary filled that out, and that's the notary down there, state of Florida.
Correct.
Okay, is that the first that you learned that she had gone back to the state of Florida?
Yes.
Okay. She had mentioned before that she was possibly opening some law firms in New York and Florida.
Correct.
At what point, so this is February 4th, the house still, the closing hasn't happened yet, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have communication with her between February 4th and March 17th?
Yes, almost every day.
Okay. And what was the conversation about?
Just the deal, what's going on, days it's closing, information.
And did she seem concerned about getting the closing done?
Yeah.
I mean, as anyone would.
I mean, it was extended a long time, so anyone would be mad.
Okay. And at some point, did the closing happen?
It did, mid-March.
Mid-March?
Yes,
Okay, and the funds were dispersed.
correct.
In that initial meeting with Lisa and Nina, did you field a question from Lisa, from Ms. Dykes, concerning the proceeds of the sale?
I don't know if Lisa asked, but yes, they were asking if it could be split.
And what was your response to that?
No.
Based on kind of that interaction between you all at the initial contract signing, did you have an opinion or did you have determination about kind of who was in charge or who was kind of running that show?
Lisa. Yeah, Nina was quiet, reserved.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Scarpa, I'm Valerie Baston, and I'm one of Mrs. Dykes' lawyers, and I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
All right, so you said that you met Nina when she was married to Bill back in 2018.
Correct.
Did you notice that there was like a significant age difference between the two?
Oh, yes.
What did you notice?
I didn't know how old she was, 40, 50, I assumed, but he was like 80.
Okay, so about a 35 to 40 year age difference.
Yes.
And did you know how long they had been married?
No,
So you didn't know anything about the background of how they met or anything like that?
I did not. She just said, I'm coming back to the neighborhood. This is where I grew up, and my father lives here.
Her father and her mother?
Yes, but I've never met her mother.
Okay. You said that Nina would play with your kids and she seemed like a very affable
Yes.
lady.
Yes, very nice woman, very good with my children.
Did you know anything about what was going on in her marriage besides seeing Bill sleeping in her car?
No.
His car? So you didn't know anything about any domestic violence issues or police reports that Nina had made about Bill
I did not.
being violent? Okay. It was just Bill's side of the story that he thought she was having an affair.
Correct.
And let me ask you, what was the housing market like in that part of Pennsylvania during this time? Was it a hot market?
It
or-
was not. It was fairly slow. We were selling in about 3 months.
Okay. So for it to take this long, it really wasn't a surprise to you being in the business that it would take long.
Correct.
And did you know that Nina had been doing repairs on that house?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And they were significant repairs, correct?
Oh, yeah, she did a roof and a very large deck in the back.
Trying to help get it sold?
Yeah.
And when you when you found out that she wanted to sell and coming to you, and then later on seeing the moving trucks, did that really surprise you knowing that she was talking about opening up a law firm in Florida or in New York? Well, let me
I don't
ask
know
you
the
this way.
question.
If you're opening up a business in another state, it's kind of expected that you're going to need to move to that other state.
Yes,
And she had discussed with you her plans on expanding her law firm.
correct.
Okay. And it wasn't going to be in Pennsylvania?
No.
So you were saying with the closing that normally you have both the buyer and seller there, but there have been times that the buyer, or excuse me, the seller, for whatever reason, can't make it.
Yes,
And she did try to follow through by executing the deed. Yes or no?
correct.
And it wasn't her that forgot to fill out that part. It appears that it was the notary that she used in Florida that forgot to put in state of blank, county of blank.
I do not know.
Are you a notary in Pennsylvania? Okay. But normally, have you ever had any notary work done?
We normally close with the title company.
Okay. But normally it's the notary that fills all that portion out because they're signing off on it. Where they're executing this document and then acknowledging that this person signed it from them.
I assume.
Now, let me ask you this. You said that when you saw those two statues, that you decided to do, well,
I only seen one.
you had only seen one. Okay.
Yes.
But then you got the picture of the second one.
Correct.
And you started doing your own research about this religion.
Yes, I just wanted to see what it was.
Okay. So you did your own research? Yes or no?
Yes.
Because it made you curious?
Yes, because the buyer was uncomfortable and I didn't really know why.
Okay. And you didn't know why the buyer would be uncomfortable?
Right.
Okay. So in your research of this religion, did you find out that it's connected, it's an indigenous Mexican religion connected to Catholicism?
Well, I don't know what the second word is, but yes, it was a Mexican religion.
Being Catholic.
Yes.
Okay. And that in this religion, it's judgment free. Did you find anything?
I did read that, yes.
That is good. So you could be a lesbian or gay, transsexual, transgender, black, white, rich, poor, and this would be an accepting religion.
Yes, it said that.
And people from all walks of life use it. People who have been in prison are involved in this religion, and people who've never been in any trouble are in this religion. What you
That I
researched.
don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Ask the witness, Your Honor. I'm definitely the witness, Your Honor.
May this witness be binding?
Hi, Stephanie. No, the Krieger trial isn't on now until Tuesday. There's no court today or on Monday, so you'll be back on at 9:15 Pacific time on Tuesday. So there we are, Stephanie. Please come back and join us then on Tuesday. So thanks for dropping in, though, and hello to you. No worries, shady people. I know. Not a problem. Any other questions, let us know, Stephanie. Thank you anyway, Stephanie.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
All right, thank you for being here today. You're free to go back to business. I hope you enjoy your stay in Dallas.
Thank you.
Call your next witness.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you state the clear name of the record, sir?
Raul Perez, P-E-R-E-Z.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm employed as a special agent for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
And what is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
It's a state investigative agency out of Florida, much like your Texas DPS. And we have 7 regions. I'm assigned to the region South Florida, which encompasses Miami-Dade County, Broward, Palm Beach, and Monroe County, the Keys.
And how long you been with, it's FDLE, is that the
Yes.
initials? How long you been with FDLE?
27 years.
27 years. And have you experienced law enforcement prior to that?
Yes.
What else have you done?
I was retired from a city in Miami called North Miami Beach. I did 20 years with them.
So all said, 47 years. law
Coming up
enforcement.
on 47.
And what's kind of your role there at FDLE as a special agent?
I'm currently assigned to a guns, gangs, and drug task force. It's a government-funded task force that we specialize in violent crimes. I've been on that squad for about 5 years.
And in 2021, the first half of 2021, were you in that same role or something different?
Same role.
Same role. Does your role, or does your office assist in assisting out of county, out of state agencies if they're apprehending a suspect in your state?
Yes.
So how does that work? If, in this case in particular, right, we've got Dallas Police Department reached out to Florida in some capacity?
What I believe happened is normal channels would be the agency that's requesting assistance goes to Tallahassee, which they have what they call a fusion center, and the fusion center feeds it out to whatever region would deal with that situation. In this case, I believe it went to Tallahassee, went to Miami. We have what they call a duty agent that's on 24 hours a day for 7 days on rotation. He got the call and he notified us.
And was that Detective Christine Ramirez reaching out from Dallas Police Department?
That's correct.
You eventually spoke with her as well?
Yes.
Based on that call, what was the FDLE's involvement to be? Or whenever Dallas reached out to FDLE, what's your involvement going to be?
Well, at that point, I initially got the response. I started coordinating the effort between the Texas and ourselves and trying to confirm everything, the information that they gave us. And I ran it through our analytical people. We have 2 analysts assigned to our squad.
Stop us there. What was Dallas looking for?
2 individuals that had open warrants.
And their warrants were for murder?
Yes, they were.
Okay, so they had active warrants for murder, and they got these 2 individuals. Do you know who those 2 individuals were?
Yes.
Okay, who was it?
Nina, she went by a couple of last names. and Lisa.
And are we
I
talking
totally
about March
bet.
of 2021? Is that right?
That's, I believe so.
Does March 22nd, 2021 sound about right when you guys would have gotten that initial call?
Yes.
And so you're told about these two women that have arrest warrants for murder from Dallas Police Department, and they're wanting your help to contact them and potentially arrest in St. Louis.
Correct.
Okay. And you said there's Tallahassee kind of spreads out, finds out who's going to do what, essentially. Am I getting that right?
That's correct.
And then you get involved. I guess there's information that they may be in the Miami-Dade area.
Correct.
Okay. So walk me through whenever that kind of gets on your desk. How does that work?
We gave the information to our analyst, and they have various databases that they can run certain information, and we end up getting a couple addresses. So at that point, actually, there was a couple addresses in Florida. So I believe our Orlando region checked some residences up in the central part of Florida. And then there was a couple addresses that we had in South Florida.
And you guys begin to start checking out those South Florida addresses.
Correct.
Was a plan, or I guess, did you guys discover or confirm where those addresses?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the plan then once one of those addresses was confirmed as being the address of Nina and Nixon?
Set up surveillance.
And who went out to survey that?
Initially, it was Joe Crystal.
Agent Crystal then went out there and began surveillance. Did he eventually make an arrest?
Yes.
That wasn't the initial plan, was it?
No.
But he's here to testify as well, is that right?
That's correct.
So we get into kind of his reasoning, but he had a reason as to why he kind of skips out of the plan and makes the arrest of, was it Nina Morano?
Yes.
So he makes the arrest of Nina Morano there at the apartment complex, is that right?
That's correct.
Local law enforcement, Miami-Dade would also have been coordinating in with you guys,
That's correct.
and then you just respond out to that arrest location.
That's correct.
Was Lisa Dykes there?
We never saw her.
Did your investigation lead you to believe that she was there prior?
Yes.
And in fact, was there a surveillance video at the, this was an apartment complex?
Yes, there was.
Was there a surveillance video at that apartment complex?
Yes, there was.
After the arrest of Nina, did you all view that video?
Yes.
What did you see?
That Lisa was leaving the location.
And Nina, ultimately, did you get consent to go in and check the apartment?
That's correct.
Now, when you guys go in and check that Miami apartment, were you doing a full search or just check in to make sure everything's safe?
Check for Lisa. That's it.
Just looking for Lisa?
Wasn't there and we cleared.
So you're not taking inventory of the house, you're not doing any of that kind of stuff?
Absolutely not.
You're just checking to make sure that the defendant or the suspect you're looking for is not there and there's no other danger in the home.
That is correct. And she had an open murder warrant at the time.
So house goes in, it's cleared empty in that apartment.
Correct.
And then that would have been, do you remember what day Nina was arrested?
I don't. I could check my reports and
If I were to show you your report, would that help refresh your memory of the day she was arrested?
absolutely.
Commissioner Bergeron?
Do you recall now?
Yes.
What day was Nina arrested?
March 25th.
And so Lisa seen exiting the area of the apartment on those apartment surveillance videos that day.
Yes.
Was Lisa ever apprehended in Miami?
No.
Okay. Was she ever arrested in Florida?
Yes.
Was FDLE assisting in locating and getting her arrested as well?
Yes.
Where was she ultimately arrested?
In the Orlando area.
How did FDLE help find her in Orlando?
We wrote the tracker warrant and that tracker phone. And then our units, or what we call ESST, in conjunction with Orange County Sheriff's Office, established where she was, located her, and followed her and arrested her.
And it's Orange County Sheriff's Office that actually made the arrest.
That is correct.
But you guys are all working in tandem with one another and with the Dallas Police Department.
Correct.
And then that's essentially the end of your involvement in this, is kind of that overarching helping coordinate some of those moving parts. And once they're arrested, obviously, you're done with your portion of this case.
That's correct.
How far of a drive is it from Miami up to Orlando?
3.5 hours.
That's what it is.
Cross-examination.
As far as, when Lisa, I guess, left Miami, you don't know why she left Miami, do you?
I do not know.
You know she had a family in Orlando?
I
Just
know.
if you
Excuse me?
Just if you know.
I know now.
Let me kind of go back. Y'all keep saying that Detective Ramirez had obtained an arrest warrant for Lisa and Ms. Dykes for murder. She had an arrest warrant for capital murder, didn't she?
I don't recall. I don't know.
So you're saying you don't know whether the initial warrant was for capital murder or murder?
I don't recall. It would be on the arrest form.
Let me rephrase the question. Regardless of what type of warrant, whether it was capital murder or murder, this is the warrant that you guys received information from Dallas or Detective Ramirez that they're looking for Lisa Dykes and Nina Morano in the Florida area.
Prior to that, we confirmed the warrants.
Okay, when we confirmed the warrants, can I approach Judge?
You may.
And this may be a better question for Detective Ramirez, but I mean, this appears to be, when you talk about the date that Nina Morano got arrested, it's March the 22nd? Or in that March of 2021, right?
The day we arrested her, or the date
Yeah,
of
what was
warrant?
the date you arrested? Do you remember?
I just said it. March 25th, was it?
All right, but does that appear to be a warrant for Nina Morano for the office of capital murder?
I'm not familiar with the Texas. If you give me a minute, I'll just look at it if you want. I mean,
That's not even a complete warrant, don't worry about it.
Okay.
I'll ask another witness. Thank you. But when you talk about warrants, again, you guys are acting, y'all not just going to pick them up, right? Because they don't have warrants out of Florida, right?
it's an extraditable warrant.
I know, but I'm saying they don't have any warrant out of Florida.
No,
They get picked up for something that happened in Texas, right?
that's correct.
And even when you are, I think you told members of the jury, when y'all went in that house to execute the warrant, y'all not searching, right?
No,
Because you don't have a search warrant, right?
we do not have a search warrant. We were looking, she gave us permission, verbal consent to go in and look for the body. That's all we went in for.
But if you wanted to search, you would have went to the judge and got a search warrant, correct? You wouldn't just went in the house without her consent, right?
Absolutely not.
And it's the same thing, you wouldn't just arrest these ladies without a proper warrant, would you?
That's correct.
Arrest warrant.
We have to have confirmed that it was a valid warrant, and we did.
That's all I have to check for us. Thank you.
Anything further?
Just briefly, I forgot to ask you, Agent Perez, states 288, 289, those are the bookend photos for Florida for Nina, am I right?
That's correct.
That's right.
Anything further from the witness?
No, that's, but just,
May this witness be finally excused.
no,
All right, sir, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
today. Problem. All right, call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Special Agent
And prior to that, where did you work?
Previously, before my employment, I worked with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for approximately 7 years. And 6 years before that, I was a detective in the Baltimore City Police Department.
How many years in law enforcement?
Wasn't expecting that. I'd say about 15 and 6 years in the military.
And how long in the military?
6 years, sir.
What branch?
The United States Coast Guard.
And kind of coming back into your time at FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, where were you stationed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Originally, when I got hired, I did the governor's protection detail for his second term. And then I transferred to the Miami office where I worked as an agent on the major crime squad. And I was also detailed to the DEA as a task force officer.
And then your involvement in this case from March of 2021, it sounds like you were tasked with doing surveillance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what was your task as it related to this case?
My supervisor had asked if I could assist Agent Perez in trying to locate 2 homicide suspects that had open warrants for homicide in the Miami area. The day before, I believe it was a Wednesday, I was given 2 addresses by one of our criminal analysts that were possible addresses for where they believe the 2 suspects might be. So I researched.
Break that a little bit. So you get the addresses from your analyst, and then you're going to do your own research from that.
Yes, sir.
And you said 2 addresses?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Walk us through what you're looking at with those addresses.
I looked at both addresses. I usually check them on like Google Maps. And what I noticed was in one of the addresses, it was just an address to an apartment building with no apartment. And based off my time as a narcotics detective when I was in Baltimore and in Miami, and also when I've done warrant apprehension in the past, something I learned was that sometimes criminals or people with warrants would list the address to the apartment, but not the individual unit number, because it was harder for law enforcement to figure which unit was theirs, but the mail person would just be able to match the name to the box. So my first thought was, this is the best one to look at. So I went there.
And you go there, and did you do an investigation? What day? Do you remember what day you would have been going there?
It was Wednesday, and then the next day was Thursday that I did the surveillance.
Okay, so it's the day before the arrest. Okay. So then about March 24th, is that time correct?
Yes, sir.
You go out to do surveillance on your own. Is that right?
The first day, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me give us some context. Commissioner Bertrand.
You may.
Here, states 305 through 312.
So states, take a look through states 305 to 311 first. Are those a fair and accurate depiction of the apartment complex we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's an apartment complex where we actually met and discussed your involvement in this case.
Yes,
right?
sir.
I think you were there while I was taking these photographs. Sorry.
That's correct, sir.
And states 312.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the apartment complex that we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
This time I'll offer states 305 through 312.
Those are all photographs.
Photographs, and then a screen. 312 is a Google Earth screenshot.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State Exhibits 305 through 312 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Commissioner Klobuchar.
You may.
So let's kind of start us here on states 312. This is the area that we're talking about, the park at Kendall, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And where at on this layout here are we talking about for the apartment question?
All right.
If you recall.
I know you come and you go into the right entrance. You go around. If my memory serves me correct, it's the, I want to say bottom left
It's
building.
that corner.
Yes, sir.
So the bottom left corner of the apartment complex, it's this building. So there's states 305. And which apartment?
It's the second floor apartment, right there, sir.
This one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so I wanted to get to that point so you could talk a little bit about your surveillance.
Okay.
So tell me your first steps whenever you get there and start doing your surveillance.
So it was a large complex. So the first thing I was doing was looking. I was told that the suspects had a black Maserati. I believe it was Maserati, if I remember correctly. I was driving through the development looking, but I noticed that, as you can see, they do have some garages. So there would be a possibility that the vehicle would be there. I just wouldn't be able to see it. I drove around. There were people around just to see if I saw the suspects in the area. One thing I had random pictures. I believe it was from social media, like photocopies or something like that, of pictures, and I saw that they had a brown dog. I'm a big dog lover. My wife and I have 3, so it was a brown, like kind of boxer, maybe something mixed with the pit bulls, friendly dog. And I noticed the dog on the balcony on the second floor outside, and the sliding door was open.
Okay. So first tip you see is, hey, I see that dog that I've seen in pictures before, and the door's open. What do you do?
I walked over and kind of like tried talking, baby talk, you could say, to the dog, hey, just because I love the dogs and they're cute. And he was cute. And my second thought was that if they were inside, they might think, who's this weird guy talking like a 3-year-old to my dog? And at least it would give me like a visual confirmation. So after about 2 or 3 minutes of doing it, I decided, all right, this isn't working.
Okay, let me back up just a little bit here. Are you in police uniform or plain clothes?
Plain close, sir.
That's kind of the point of the surveillance, is you're out there to just look like a regular person.
Exactly.
Okay. And so you're talking to the dog. There's no response from anyone inside.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you do next? If you go talk to the leasing office?
First, I walked up the stairs to look at the exact apartment where there was letter number or how it was that I identified. And then I spoke to somebody in the leasing office after
What
that.
do you do if anyone says, did you gather information to lead you to continue to sit on that home?
Yes.
Okay. And so then you decide to sit outside in your car the next day?
Yes, sir. I was did surveillance at approximately 6 o'clock in the morning the next day.
Next morning, it's go time to sit in the house and see if you ever see the suspects.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you by yourself that next day?
Yes, sir. At the time, yes.
Okay. And you're plain clothes again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the plan when you get there at 6 a.m.?
So in that apartment complex, it was kind of 2 thoughts in my mind. There's an entrance, as you can see, and like it's not very uncommon in those types of apartment buildings, where there's an entrance on one side, but there's also an entrance on the opposite side. So I kind of had to pick my poison, because if they left out one way, it wouldn't have worked. So I decided to set up on the street where I could see the deck and the sliding door. My thought process being that in that time it was still dark when I first got there, that if somebody got up, I might see a light on or something like that, so I would know they're there. Or in those apartments, especially in Florida, because of the hurricanes, those doors kind of slam shut once you open them. And I thought that even if they didn't turn on a light, I would see the motion of the blinds move, and that would let me know that somebody left.
Okay. You know, multiple ways they could leave. There's an entrance from this side of the building and an entrance on this side of the building.
That's correct, sir.
And then, of course, you also have the entire apartment complex where you can go around this way, come out over here, you can come down this way and out over here.
That's correct.
Now, at the end, there's still only one exit, but multiple ways to kind of get through the apartment complex.
Yes, sir.
Back out. And so you're sitting out there at 6 a.m. Is the plan that you arrest them as soon as you see them?
Originally, I was there just to kind of keep eyes on, and the rest of my team was going to come a little bit later. I wasn't really expecting to encounter them that early, I don't believe, but.
And this is early morning hours?
Yes, sir.
6 a.m.? Was it 6 a.m. whenever you do make visual observation of one of the suspects?
No, it was later. I don't remember exactly. It was a while ago, but I'd say it was probably about maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock, give or take.
Did that factor into your decision to go ahead and make the arrest?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, when the subject, there was a couple of things. When the subject came out, she brought the dog with her, and it was like I said, it was a larger dog. It wasn't like a pocket dog. So because of the heat in Florida, most people don't bring those types of dogs unless they're leaving for the day or something like that. So I saw her bring the dog and put it in the back seat, and she had, I'm not a big expert on purses, but she had like maybe a larger pocketbook, could be maybe like perceived as a tote. So I thought maybe I didn't know if she was leaving for like a day or so. So that factored into it. And then because of it being rush hour traffic, I didn't want to take the chance of attempting to follow her and then losing her like in rush hour traffic. So I thought it would be better to arrest the subject at that time than take the opportunity of possibly losing both subjects.
And where were you parked?
If you can kind of see and scroll over to the left, right where you're pointing, that's where I parked my vehicle that day.
And that's actually your vehicle again that day as well.
The night I met you, sir.
Okay. And so you're kind of parked in a spot right there where you can look up at the apartment.
Yes, sir.
And then I think there's like a little.
There's a grass area kind of separating myself and then the next group of cars parked.
And so is the suspect in parked right there next to you? On the other side of the grassy area?
Literally right next to me.
And so you decide it's rush hour, dog, large coat, and she's literally right next to you. Go ahead, I'm gonna make the arrest if she confirms her identity.
Yes,
Okay, she confirmed her identity,
yes.
and who was it you arrested?
Nina, I believe at the time she was using the last name Beltran, if I'm not mistaken.
So Nina Beltran's the name she was using at that time.
Yes, sir.
And you make the arrest,
Yes, sir.
and then you seized her purse. She had that large tote.
Yes, sir.
Did you place that in your squad car? Or
I left it in the vehicle and secured the vehicle, and later on I gave it to the law enforcement.
And you picked up a vehicle. And at that time, did you talk to Nina about whether or not Lisa was in the apartment?
Yes.
Before we talk about that, I guess, what was Nina's kind of, how was she reacting, like, just visibly?
I would say she was nervous, but she didn't ask me what she was under arrest for or anything like that. If she was someone telling to me.
And then talking about so she didn't ask any questions, but seems nervous, and then you ask if Lisa's in there. Eventually, did you find out that Lisa may have been in the apartment?
What I asked Miss Beltran was, I said, do you live with anybody? And she stated, I live with my wife. I then asked her, Lisa, and she got nervous and stated, I don't want to answer that question.
But eventually she consents to let you search the house.
Yes.
Did you later learn through your investigation that led you to believe Lisa was in the apartment at the time that you're making that arrest?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
Well, Nina had said she believed she was in the apartment and began to text Miss Lisa's phone.
She never responds?
Never.
Okay. Did you review surveillance video at some point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you see on that video?
Miss Sykes leaving the apartment complex
Okay. And did you learn that she was arrested later?
the next day
The next day, and you know where?
in the Orlando area.
Did you see a picture of her arrest?
Yes, sir.
Did anything stick out when you saw that?
She had the same exact clothes that I saw in the surveillance video when she left the apartment the next day.
So that was just something that kind of stuck out to you.
Yeah, exactly. Most people usually change their clothes.
And then that tote that you grabbed had a few phones in it.
Yes, sir.
And those were all seized as part of the arrest.
That's correct.
You said you're the first one to kind of grab it and pass it on, and then it goes into evidence.
Yes, sir.
And then today you met with Detective Ortiz, who brought the property from the property room. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
I'm going to show you where this marked states 313. And states 313, it's got a property tag on it. It was sealed earlier, but I just cut it open. All right. Okay. And then inside states 313, does that have the Florida Department of Law Enforcement on each of these?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I believe it has
That's
you
my-
on there as well,
That's my name, yes, sir.
on each one of these three phones?
That's correct.
And so this is the packaging from Florida Department of Law Enforcement as well. It's inside the Dallas packaging.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
These are the phones that you would have seized in there in Miami.
Yes, sir.
This time officer state 313, the bag that has the three iPhones, and I'll finish this very good.
Judge, may we vote?
You may.
No, but I'm just trying to.
That has the three individually wrapped cell phones.
No objection to the phone themselves at all.
Then State's Exhibit number 313 is admitted for all purposes.
First vote.
You may.
Nothing further, Your Honor. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Officer, as far as Ms. Morano, you're arresting her because there's an active warrant, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And these warrants contain specific information, right? To
Uh,
justify a person being arrested, right?
Somewhat, yes, sir.
Some,
I mean, I guess specific is somewhat subjective.
let me rephrase the question. How do you get an arrest warrant for someone?
You fill out either a probable cause statement. Usually it's reviewed by your superiors, your agency's legal, state attorney or U.S. attorney's office, and then it's usually brought to a judge or a court commissioner.
And that information that you submit in that arrest warrant, you pretty much swear to it, don't you?
Yes, that's correct.
That is true and correct.
Yes, that's correct.
And based on that true and correct information, whether it's a judge or a magistrate, then you're given authority to go and arrest someone.
That's correct.
And whether that warrant arrest, especially a homicide, is out of Texas or Florida, Texas can get Florida to help them exercise a arrest warrant out of Texas, right?
Yes.
And that's what happened in this case.
Yes, sir.
Because you're anticipating and expecting that all the information in that warrant is true and correct, right?
Well, I don't review the actual what's the probable cause of it. Usually when an officer is giving it, you're given maybe a warrant number or something like that, that you verify that it is actually an active warrant, make sure there's no issues. But I've never seen or never do I see the probable cause that goes into the arrest warrant, if that's what you're asking, sir.
Right, but you're trusting that whatever officer obtained that warrant swore to true and correct information, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's whether that's a arrest warrant or search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, and as far as you said that Ms. Morano didn't answer your questions, did you know she was an attorney?
She didn't say she was an attorney. She had told me she was a paralegal, sir.
Okay, but regardless, attorney, paralegal, they might know that they have the right not to answer your questions, correct?
Yes, that's not what she had said, though.
I'm just saying, when you agree that most attorneys know that they don't have to answer your questions. If you're
Because
on the arrest warrant, right?
I guess so, sir.
Thank you, officer.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
May this witness keep, find excuse.
No objection from the
No
state.
objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to leave and go back to business.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Call your next witness.
No objection.
2 minutes.
But I stayed there until after I graduated. Well, I didn't really graduate, but I went to college 3 years after that. I moved down, went to Florida.
Okay. Whereabouts in Florida did you live?
I've lived all over Florida. Back then, I think we moved down to New Smyrna first, and then wandered around, went up to Daytona for a while. I've been around.
Where are you living now?
And Davenport, Florida.
Okay. Where's that at in Florida?
It's south of Orlando a little bit, not too far, by Champions Gate, which you don't know where that is either, but that's where it is.
South of Orlando.
South of Orlando, not too far.
Okay. You work up in Orlando, is that right?
Yes.
It's right there between Davenport and Orlando, right?
It's not too far.
Okay. You work at Disney?
Yep, sure do.
How long you work for Disney?
Oh, I first started Disney a long time ago, like 2004. I took a short break in the middle. I was,
Okay. We'll get into that a little bit. You're having to miss some work right now to be down here, is that right?
I'm afraid so. I got like $100 to my name.
Okay, we'll try and get you out of here back to Florida. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about Lisa here in the courtroom. That's your sister, is that right?
Yep.
She older or younger than you?
She's older than me, like 10 years older.
Okay. And have you and Lisa lived together before?
Oh, off and on, like families do. Like she always made, she was the money maker and I was always the peasant. So when I ran into trouble and mom and dad weren't around, she would sometimes let me stay with her and sometimes not. It was a lottery.
Sure. So there have been times where you needed some help or a place to live, and Lisa was the stable one who.
Yeah, she always was lucky with money.
I guess at some point you moved to Texas.
Oh yeah.
You
Oh,
lived with Lisa then?
I can tell you about that.
Okay.
So I was living in Davenport, Davenport, and I was living with my mom who had cancer. I was taking care of her. She was real sick, and after she died, I was kind of lost there. I didn't have no direction in life. I didn't know what to do. So I didn't have any money either. So after she died, she offered to let me live with them. So
Lisa said, hey, you can come stay with me.
yeah, so I went out there.
Where'd you come to Texas to live with Lisa?
She was out in Wilmer at the time, in a little house out there. I'm not really sure where I should look. Either. I don't know. This is new to
You
me.
and I are talking, but it's mainly for the jury. So wherever you feel comfortable looking, it's completely fine. Okay? And I know it's
I'm-
direct to be up there. Okay. And you said you lived with her in Wilmer, Texas. Is that right?
Yeah, that's where she was at when I went out there.
You recall that address?
I might if you showed it to me, but I don't know it off the top of my head. You know, like they'll probably come back to me because he's ready. Maybe.
I'm gonna show you what I have marked here.
Mr. Dykes, you can't just speak out yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
No worries. You've never testified before, right?
No, never.
It's kind of an awkward process, so you shall wait till I ask the question, all right? Here's case 49. 274 Turning Tree Road in Wilmer, Texas. Do you recall that house?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. At the end of that street there that we can see, it just kind of ends in a dead end. There's a big old field out there in Wilmer. Is that right?
Well, there was at the time.
That's how you remember it, though. Is that right?
It looks just similar. It looks different a little bit, but it's probably just because time went by.
Okay. And so you come to that house in Wilmer. Do you remember about when that was?
Oh, it would be a guess on my part, but I think it's around 2016.
And that's when you moved in with Lisa here in Texas.
Mhm.
Yes, you have to answer.
Oh, yes.
Just because she has to write everything
Oh,
down.
I'm sorry.
And when you moved in, so who all lived there with Lisa? And you.
When I moved in, it was just her and Aaron and Chelsea was there.
And who are Aaron and Chelsea?
Well, that's our kids.
So Aaron and Chelsea were already living there in Wilmer with their mom, with Lisa.
Well, yeah,
And then you moved in.
Yeah. +1, yeah.
Okay. How long did y'all live in that Wilmer house?
Oh, I don't remember. It was a year or more. I don't remember how long it was.
Why did you guys leave?
Oh, she ran into trouble with the landlord. Somehow, I think they found the dog. I don't remember how they got a dog, but somehow Lisa produced a brown dog. And it was a bulldog, I think. And it caused a ruckus and broke the fence and things. So the landlord was distraught about that. And yeah, Lisa found another house.
Okay, so Lisa has a dog. Dog's not allowed to be there. We decide we're going to move out of this 274 house. We're going to move on to somewhere else.
Well, there wasn't any other choice, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay. Where'd y'all move to next?
She got a place out there in, again, it's the Kensington house. I don't remember where it's. Mesquite, that's it. Mesquite's the name.
Kensington House in Mesquite. All
That's
right.
right.
And you lived there with her as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been entered as 179 floor plan from that Kensington address. Let me know if it looks about right to you. Look about right?
Yeah, it looks right. It looks correct.
Because that house had an alleyway, is that right? Were you the back entrance for that garage?
Yeah. There was an alleyway that you had to use to get to the garage.
And then it's got, it looks like 3 bedrooms, is that right?
Yeah, I think it does. Yeah.
And so you, Lisa, Chelsea, and Aaron all moved there.
Mhm.
And Chelsea and Aaron are her kiddos, but were they adults at this time?
Yeah.
How old are Chelsea and Aaron?
Oh, I don't know if I can tell you. I don't know. I think Chelsea's 10 years younger than me, but I'm not sure about Aaron.
And so you guys all moved into this house there in Kensington. Were things fine there?
At first, it was just a normal family arrangement. Nothing weird going on. It was perfectly normal.
Lisa, at some point, I guess, had a medical emergency, like a blood clot or something.
Yeah, so she had a.
Was that at this address or back at the?
I thought it was Wilmer, but I think it was this address.
Okay. And if you don't know, something that's perfectly fine.
I'm pretty sure it was here in retrospect, thinking back, because I remember the big bedroom, and I think that's where it happened at.
Okay. And so she had a blood clot issue?
Yeah, I wasn't there. I was at work, but I know what happened. She had a blood clot, and they had to take her to the hospital, and it was touch and go whether or not she would survive. They didn't know.
Scary ordeal.
Very.
And she was lucky to make it through.
Yes.
That sums up that, and that was probably pretty scary, right?
Yeah, it must have been, yes.
But after that, was there a change in Lisa that you started to see?
And yes, definitely.
What did you start to see?
I wouldn't say I was ever particularly, close. So, we weren't really that close, but nevertheless, we were a family. So we did talk together and, eat together and things like that. But after that, she kind of just became obsessed with going out and, being young and regressing, having a midlife crisis type of thing, right? Regressing to childhood and trying to get back lost time, hanging out with young people instead of like the family. And basically, from that point on, all us family members were just rapidly, but not instantly. And instead, she spent all of her time with other strange people we never met or interacted with. She stayed out a lot.
She starts going out more, it's these different people, and you guys are taking the back burner.
No, we're not even in the burner. Yeah, we don't have hardly any communication. She just does her own thing at that point.
Is pretty soon after that, then does Charles Beltran come into the picture?
Well, I don't really know much about Charles, but
Does he come into the picture at some point?
Yes.
This is happening.
Yes, after that incident,
He goes by Chuck, is that right?
I think so. I've heard people call him that.
You've met him, what, maybe once or twice?
I saw him literally one time in the kitchen, and he immediately had left. So I don't have any interaction with Chuck to speak of, but I do know that it was after her, ordeal that she got with him.
And at some point, Lisa bought an Audi,
Yeah.
black Audi.
And it showed up mysteriously.
Did you find paperwork about that Audi?
Yeah, I saw a thing where she bought it, and it was for Chuck. So.
And at some point, did you have to move out of that house?
Yes, out of the blue. I mean, like I said, she had been spending all of her time out and not at home. But one day she was just like, I need the house to myself. You guys got to go live your own life. And we were like really shocked because that came out of the left field over there, And she was just like, don't worry, I'll help you get started. But, after that, you're on your own. So that was that.
Where'd you go after that?
And we came to Davenport, Florida. So.
And then you didn't have the same house that you,
Yeah, that's same place.
Lisa helped you get that house out there?
Yeah, she helped. We don't understand how to buy houses, so she helped a lot with the process.
She helped through that. I'll help you get settled and set up there, but then you're on your own.
Cut off entirely.
All right. And then you don't have much interaction with her from that point on, is that right?
I honestly, I don't remember her calling me at all. Like maybe one time when the air conditioner blew up, I called her to see if she would help us fix it because your air conditioner is a lot of money. And she was like, "You can figure it out." So other than that, I don't remember communicating with her at all until, if she did, it was just like random casual conversations. Like,
Do you remember about when that was when you moved, when you're forced out of a ski home and sent back to Davenport?
oh yeah, I remember that.
When was that?
That was 2019, around August, but it could have been end of July.
Okay, so that late summertime.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry, I'm bad at this.
Late summertime, 2019. I'm ready to live my life, and I can't do that with y'all. So go get set up in Davenport.
Correct. That's pretty much exactly what happened.
Is that when you went back to work for Disney when you got back out there?
Yeah, I got hired back almost instantly.
Or
Like
you
a week.
went to work out here when you?
Oh, I was working for Amazon out here.
And then from August or so, 2019 to the end of 2020, not much communication with your sister Lisa Dykes.
I don't honestly remember any I had with her, but I know her kids had some. But it was even with the kids, it was just like, I'm alive. This is very basic.
But so it's you, Chelsea, and Aaron that now live out there and have lived out there in that Davenport home since 2019.
Oh, yes.
And she has another son as well, right, Kyle?
Kyle, yeah.
Now he's got a different dad, different last name than Chelsea and Aaron, right?
Yes.
But my point of that is he's not with you guys. He wasn't living with you all at any of these times.
No, I think he might have lived with her in Wilmer before I got there, but I'm not even sure about that.
Okay. You think he might have lived there at Wilmer, but he wasn't by the time you got there.
No.
Okay. And but he lives in the Dallas area.
Well, he did. I don't know if he does now.
You and Kyle don't have much of a relationship.
I would say negative relationship. Yes. We don't get along at all.
And so let's talk a little bit about the next time you kind of see Lisa. Was that early 2021?
I didn't literally see her then, but she came by sometime that year, and I wasn't at home, but she dropped off the Tucson. It was a vehicle she had. Aaron's name was on the vehicle, and she wasn't going to make any more payments on it, so she dropped it off.
And that was that white SUV Tucson?
Yeah. she was like, if you don't want it, just turn it back in. And Aaron didn't want it to destroy his credit, so I kept it and paid for it for a while.
And that's states 293. And I think, and actually, the states 293 is a photograph of that Tucson out in your driveway in Davenport, isn't that right?
Yeah, that's it. That's what we call it, the white turkey.
There you go, the white turkey part, and that is your house right there, right? The
Yes.
Dallas Police Department came out and talked to you about that Tucson
Yes.
and about Lisa? You
Yes.
talked with them, you and Aaron both spoke with detectives to let them know, you don't know much, but you'll answer questions.
Yes, that's it.
And because you obviously, October of 2020, you're long gone from living with Lisa.
Yes, totally.
But sometime before she's arrested, you're aware she's arrested in Florida. We're going to get to that in a second. But before that is when she dropped this white Tucson.
Yes, and she dropped it off while I was at work, and then I saw when I came home. That was the story behind it.
And at some point, kind of late March, did you get a call from Lisa?
Yeah, she called insanely early in the morning, and I was mostly asleep. And she said that she wanted money to come up to Orlando because she wanted to meet with her lawyer up here. And I told her I didn't have any money, so that wasn't going to work. And so I told Aaron about it, and I think he sent her money. I think he did, but I'm not really sure.
That next day, did you hear about anything?
Well, the same day, later on in the day, the police showed up and told us what was going on, which I was floored by that information. All my years of life, I would never dream such a thing could transpire. I never thought that would happen. But yeah, the next day we heard of what happened there.
That she got arrested in Orlando?
Yes.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Jimmy. I'm Valerie Baston, and I know we've talked before on the phone.
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't that Lisa was lucky with money. Lisa worked very hard for money in her career, right? Yes or no?
Well, yes. I mean,
so it wasn't like she just won a lottery. She was a very hard worker.
Well, yeah, she worked a lot.
And she took care of you, Jimmy. Yes or no?
Well, yes.
She allowed you to come live with her in Texas.
Yes.
Then after a while, it wasn't working out with you being in the house anymore. And she actually put the down payment down for the house in Florida. Yes or no?
I don't know much about that, but Aaron would know more about that than me.
Well, you just can't get houses off of your good looks. So someone had to come up with the money for the down payment on the Davenport house.
Well, I presume you're correct, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. And Lisa sent you and her kids money all the time. Yes or no?
Well, not to me, but she might have sent it to the kids.
Now, you said you saw a change in Lisa after she had that bad health scare.
Oh, yes.
Okay. She almost died.
Oh, yes.
And then you said she started bringing strange people around, like her coworkers.
She had coworkers came to the house which had never done a thing before ever, and she also went out all the time.
But she was going out for her job at the law firm doing marketing events, like at the rodeos and other places like that. Yes.
Well, she went down to Deep Ellum a lot and hung out down there a lot. So
okay, but she was also doing things for her job.
Well, I'm sure she did both. Yes.
Okay. And these strange people, and I'm just going to ask you, Jimmy, because it's been mentioned in some documents that I read. You're really not that fond of minorities. So these strange people that she was bringing around, they were Black, they were Hispanic, and you didn't like that, did you?
I don't have anything against minorities.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
And isn't that what caused the rift, especially when she brought this new boyfriend around, Charles Beltran, who is?
He was never really brought around. I only saw him one time in the kitchen. And the only thing that happened was one day she was just like, I need the house to myself. She didn't mention anything about any relationship with anybody else.
Or when she married Nina Morano, who is also part Black, that didn't bother you?
I didn't even know she got married to Nina Morano until after the arrest. That was a shock too.
And you said this outing mysteriously showed up.
Yeah, it was just there one day.
And so digging through her personal papers, you found out that it was registered to both her and to Charles Beltran.
Well, it was just laying on the counter in the bedroom. It wasn't really required to look. It was just there.
In her bedroom?
Well, yeah.
Okay. You went into her bedroom?
Well, that was quite common. We passed through it all the time.
And you say, though, you weren't close to Lisa. But Lisa provided substantial support for you,
Well, that's what family does.
even for family members they're not close to, as you stated.
It's pretty normal in Kentucky.
Oh, okay. Now this Tucson was actually registered to Aaron, correct?
They're both of their names are on it.
Who's both of them?
Lisa and Aaron, they bought it together.
But you're the one who gave the police permission to go inside the Tucson?
I was the only one who would go out and talk to them. I came out after I volunteered.
But Aaron was at the house too,
Yes.
and the detectives also talked to Aaron,
Yes.
but you're the one who gave permission.
Well, honestly, I don't remember
Yes or no?
particularly. I'm not
Yes or no?
sure.
You can't remember?
I know we were both there, so I'm not really sure. I think I did, but I'm not sure.
For a vehicle that wasn't yours?
Well, Aaron was standing right there. I'm confused.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dykes. You're free to leave and go back to your business. Please watch your step getting down to the witness stand.
I apologize for my faux pas.
No, you're fine. Thank you. Oh, your next witness.
Here at this time, the state would call Sergeant Scott Haynes.
Correct.
All right. And what's your current role there in the sheriff's office in Orange County?
I run what Orange County calls a felony unit, and basically what that is a unit. We have two of them. And we're tasked with going out and apprehending wanted fugitives.
I'm sorry, the last part.
Apprehending wanted fugitives.
And that could be your local fugitives that have got warrants for local.
Yeah, it could be for local folks, warrants out of Orange County. We're also cross-run with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and the U.S. Marshals.
And so like in this case, you obviously get tasked with executing an arrest warrant for a Dallas case.
Correct. It was a collateral from Dallas to the Miami field office at FDLE, and it came up to Orlando.
And then so how does it land on kind of your desk, so to speak?
So we get contacted by the FDLE out of Orange County, and anytime they have a collateral case, they reach out to us and my team to go out and assist with the apprehension.
And so what do you start doing at that point?
Well, they were already tracking a phone, and we were advised that the phone was in the area of the Florida Mall, which is down there close to Orlando International Airport.
And so the phone's being tracked, and you guys are getting that information as to kind of where.
Correct.
And then what do you do with that information?
We respond to the Florida Mall because that's where it was being tracked to. We start fanning out. It's a fairly large mall, and one of my team members, I guess, sees Lisa in the open food court, which is outside. So you're sitting outside, basically, you can eat inside or outside. She was outside.
So she's observed at the mall. Do you remember what day this was? This was 2021, is that right?
Yeah, March 26th, I believe.
So March 26, 2021, and you're seeing her at the mall. Are you guys, I'm assuming they're in plain clothes?
Yeah, we wear shorts and t-shirt, look like regular Florida people, and unmarked cars.
Okay. And so you guys start following her at that point?
We watched her for a little bit. We also knew there was one outstanding, Charles Beltran. So we weren't sure if he was in the area as well. So instead of just apprehending her, we wanted to observe her for a while, surveil her, and see where she brought us.
Did she have anything with her there at the mall?
She had some bags.
Like bags like hers or bags like shopping?
Shopping.
Was one of those bags from like a phone store?
It was.
And so you guys watch her there at the mall. Where do you follow? Does she leave the mall?
Yeah, a vehicle shows up, a smaller vehicle, and we determined it was an Uber, and we trailed that vehicle over to our International Drive area, which is a tourist area, a lot of hotels, and she ended up pulling into the Metropolitan, which is the north side of High Drive.
Okay. And then what do y'all do that way?
I pulled in first. One of my guys pulled in second. I got out of the car. I actually went into the Metropolitan first, into the lobby. The Dykes came in, and then one of my guys came in after, and we watched her register and get a room.
And then did you guys talk to the hotel staff?
Yeah. So as Ms. Dykes went to the room she was given, my guy followed her, and I got with management, explained what was going on, and they gave us the room number and a hotel key. And they did ask us to, if we were going to make the arrest, to go around back. So we observed.
No need to make a big scene.
Yeah, with all the customers and everything, all the tourists.
So did you guys stage up there in the back, and you had keys to enter the back of the hotel? Like,
Yeah, we staged in the back. We made a plan, how we were gonna do it. I had people on the outside. It was a first floor room. So I had people in the back. We weren't sure, again, weren't sure if Charles was in the area. When we determined that we didn't believe he was there, we made a plan to make an approach and knock on the door.
Did you knock on the door?
I knocked on the door, yes.
So you're the one that actually goes up and knocks on that door.
Correct.
What happened when you knocked on the door?
I knocked on the door and didn't announce immediately, just knocked. And then I believe I announced our presence. And I could hear her talking on the phone as she got closer to the door. I explained to her, it was the sheriff's office. I need you to come out. If you don't come out, we're coming in. And about that time, I heard her say something along the lines of, like, I think I'm getting arrested. Door opened up. She came out, was cooperative.
Went into custody.
Went into custody.
Commissioner Bergeron?
You may.
I'm going to show you what I have marked here. It states 314.
Yep.
Did you have a chance to review that video?
I did.
Okay. Is that your body cam from the arrest?
It is.
Okay. And that's your initials there on the disc?
Correct.
Thank you. At this time, officer states 314. I'll turn it to for any session.
No, that's an arrest for previous intent. Excuse me.
All right, State's Exhibit 314 is admitted for all
Commissioner Belcher.
You may. Would you like a mic stand?
Yes, please, Your Honor. It's a short video.
I can't see the video yet. Anyway, that's for sure.
Give it a little bit of volume on. I think the first minute there's no audio.
No audio the first minute?
Yeah, it should be. So
Mr. R's put on 30 seconds.
they changed it, it goes right on.
open the door, please. Sheriff office. Open the door. Do it now, we're coming in. Get your hands. Step on out, walk back up. Walk up. Thank you. Turn around, face the wall. Put your phone down. Put your phone down. I know. Okay, put it down. You talk to me about it. Put it down. There you go. Put your hand behind your back, please. All right, bring it down. Pull it up. Put it in. Yeah, not double up. Good. Yeah, I'm walking a little.
Stop it here. That's the end of the interaction with Lisa.
Correct.
And then we see in the video that there's a large number of officers out there. Is that right?
Yeah.
And that's your team that's kind of in that hallway.
Yeah, there was a combination of two teams together, just because of the unknown of the second suspect. So we always bring force multiplier with us. So.
And FDLE is eventually out there as well.
Yeah, FDLE was in the parking lot. They were outside waiting for us.
And then Detective Clybourne was out there as well from Ethan Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Correct.
And then the room is secure at that point. Whenever you make contact and you place Lisa Dykes under arrest and you pick up her phone off the ground,
Correct.
at that point that room stays secure.
Yeah, we went in and cleared it, made sure no one else was in the room.
And then some of the things, some of her personal things were seized as part of that arrest.
Correct.
Start here with mark this. States 316.
What was 315?
At 315, I'm going off that now, Your Honor. 315, I have a chain of custody affidavit for record purposes from Officer Lee Clybourne. That's been on file for the record 20 days.
You're offering that for record purposes only?
Yes, just the affidavit for record purposes. And that affidavit contains the items seized by Lee Clybourne in conjunction with Officer Ames, which are beginning to be with States 316.
No objection, Your Honor. All right, States Exhibit 315 is intended for record purposes only.
And then, pursuant to that affidavit, Your Honor, States 316, which is the bag that contains 2 iPhones and a charger.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, States Exhibit 316 is intended for all purposes.
I mean, what's taking so long? Bum 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 bum. Why are we waiting? Why? Let me fast forward it a little bit there. Mhm.
I'll pass the witness.
Crawford County.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Ames, I'm Valerie Baskin, and I'm going to ask you just some questions about the arrest.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Sergeant Ames, you received an arrest warrant that came out of Dallas, Texas, Dallas Police Department, is that correct?
FDLE received the arrest warrant,
Okay.
and they notified us of what they were doing.
Okay, so they notified you about the arrest warrant, Did you know where it came out of? Did you see a copy of the arrest warrant?
Never saw the arrest warrant, but I knew it was out of Dallas.
Okay. Did you ever meet with Detective Christine Ramirez?
I did not.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Detective Christine Ramirez, either when this arrest warrant was being executed or any time after about this arrest?
I've never spoken to her.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you were also heightened to the fact there may be a second suspect named Charles Beltran.
Correct.
Okay. And did you get any information about Charles Beltran, like he was armed and dangerous or known to carry weapons or anything like that that would make two teams come out there that day?
Anytime we're dealing with a homicide case and people on the run, we take that very seriously. So we, again, use a force multiplier. So it's for the safety of the officers and also for the safety of the person we're trying to take into custody.
Okay. And this was a capital murder warrant, correct?
I knew it was a homicide warrant.
Okay. And you said that you approached the door and you could hear her talking to somebody.
Not initially.
Not initially.
Well, when I knocked and didn't say anything, I think she was approaching the door, and that's when I started hearing her voice.
Okay. Could you tell she was talking to her attorney?
I didn't know who she was.
Arrangements to turn herself in?
I didn't know who she was talking to.
Okay. But she later informed you she was on the phone with her attorney.
That's what she said.
And when you took her into custody, there wasn't a fight?
No.
Okay. You didn't have to use any strong physical force with her?
No.
Okay. No taser, nothing like that?
No, she was cooperative.
She's very cooperative?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ask you any questions?
After what you saw there is the extent of our conversation.
Okay, that was it with her.
We normally, when we arrest someone, we don't know the details of the investigation, so we don't get into conversations with those folks.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Sergeant Ames.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome to Texas. Thank
Thank
you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, you're not.
May this witness be finally excused?
No objection, stated.
Is there any objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You're clearly.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you. Yes, ma'am.
All right, call your next witness. Governor approach. You may.
They're not very fussy when it comes to men, are you, Maxie? I think if they've got a pulse and a meat and two balls, you're there. Lovely jacket, sir. I think you're there. Meat, two balls, and yeah, no matter what, as long as it's warm.
And can you just kind of introduce yourself to the jury? What it is you do for a living, how long you've been with Dallas Police Department, your educational background that allows you to do what you
I'm a senior corporal at Dallas Police Department. I've been there about 17 years now. I do digital forensics in our fusion unit, doing cell phones, computers, digital devices. I've received extensive training through Cellbrite, through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, those kind of things. And I've been doing it for quite a few years.
A few years, okay. Can you tell the jury what the fusion department is?
Fusion department, it's actually a federally funded department that works as a conduit kind of between state and local and federal agencies, intelligence, dissemination of intelligence, those kind of things. And we also do forensics for the department.
You mentioned, well, I guess, so in the fusion department, you were talking about the digital devices and things like that. How do you go about getting certain devices to perform extractions and things of that nature?
Sure. So if a detective has a case that involves any kind of digital evidence, which most do these days, they will bring it up to us. We will accept it, we secure it, and do whatever. Generally, we're, as far as cell phones, we're going to do extractions, which just means getting the data off of the device, either a phone or a tablet or something like that.
And how do you go about getting the data off the device?
We use a number of tools. We use tools from a company called Cellbrite, tools from a company called Grayshift, Graykey. Cell phones are just little computers. They're very complicated, but cell phones are privacy oriented. They want the manufacturers want you to have a private environment to do your business. Because people live on their cell phones, so it's pretty complicated to get into them. The vendors have special tools that allow us to do that. They're proprietary. We don't often know how they do it, but the tools allow us to get into phones. Sometimes it's again, it's complicated, and it really depends on the phone model, the software version, et cetera. So there's a lot of different things that go into it.
Okay, and you said sometimes, are you able to get into every single device that is submitted to you?
No.
You mentioned that manufacturers and things like that kind of play a role in when you're able to do that. Can you explain to the jury also?
Sure. For example, Apple, if you have an Apple iPhone, they're very privacy oriented. One of their selling points is that they secure the data on the phones. Well, that's great, except if a criminal has that and uses it in some crime and we need to get that data for evidence, that is a barrier to us. We have to get past those security measures. Google sells Android phones. Same thing. They're trying to compete with Apple, so they're going towards the same kind of process. The phones are encrypted on the phone, so the data that you get, if you don't get it correctly, is nonsense. It's just ones and zeros. So it's complex, and the vendors are just working harder and harder to make sure that the phones are secure.
And so is it almost kind of like this, I don't want to say competing back and forth, but the cell phone vendors, Apple, Android, and then some of these others, Motorola and things like that, they come out with a more secure system, if you will, and I know I'm not using the correct terminology. And then the vendors that you use, they also update their technology in order to try to combat that. Is that correct?
That's exactly what it is. The vendor makes a change, and then the security tool vendors have to make a change to try and get past that change. And so when that happens, the vendor says, okay, well, we need to make another change. If you have any modern phone, you'll notice that there's always these little updates, especially iPhones. You might get 2 or 3 updates in a month. Those are usually because there's some security flaw. Now, the security flaw might be just people trying to get in your phone or something, but it also could be that the vendor has figured out a way of getting data off the phone. And so the phone vendor, the phone manufacturer, will do something to try and fix that. And it's a never-ending race between them.
And we mentioned the 2 main, I guess, vendors you have are Android right now and Apple. Is that correct?
Right. Well, so Apple manufactures their own phones, and they have their own operating system that they use on the phone. You've got Apple iPhones, and then you have the iOS operating system. Android is kind of a generic term for the operating system that's run on Android phones, but they could be from multiple manufacturers, Google or Motorola, Samsung, those kind of things. So those are really the operating systems that run on the devices, and it's pretty much standardized on those 2.
Are there other phone manufacturers that use, I guess, other operating systems besides just Android and Apple?
We really don't see it anymore. So if you remember back in the day when they had flip phones or what they call feature phones, some of the older phones that were just a single device, some of those would run different operating systems, and generally they weren't security oriented, so you could just plug them up and get whatever. If you remember, if any of you remember, you could just turn it on and start using it. And it's not that way anymore. Now you have to actually log into the phone. They're little computers again, so you have to get into the device and actually use it. And those are primarily just the Android and iOS. Well, Android and iOS.
Now, when you are able to, I guess, get access to this information, does that ensure that you're going to get all the data off the device?
No, it really depends. Again, it depends. It depends on the manufacturer, the age of the device, the version of the operating system on it, the tools that we have, et cetera. So again, it's that kind of race back and forth. So.
And you mentioned, some of the reasons for not being able to get all the information off. What are some other reasons you might not be able to get text messages, call logs, things of that nature?
Well, I mean, if you're able to even get into the phone, once you get into the phone, there's a couple of different ways that you might extract data. I don't want to go too detailed, but you have a number of different ways. So for example, when you get a phone that's been turned off, when you first get that phone and turn it on, it's in what we call a BFU state, or before first unlock state. So everything on the device is encrypted. It's secured. A user has to actually go in and log in for the first time to actually open that device, and then the device works with your password or passcode to decrypt the information on the phone. So once you've logged into your phone the first time, even if it shuts, you get your screen, they have to keep logging in. Once you've done it the first time, it's in what we call an AFU, or after first unlock state. So if it's in BFU, we can sometimes get information off of it. But if we get the information off of it, it's really going to be just kind of generic information. So it's things that the phone needs to actually start up. So it's kind of operating system stuff. It's stuff that's not your personal stuff. It's just stuff that the manufacturer might have on there. Now, there might be other things on there like pictures. Sometimes there's some information on it, what we call keychain information, which is basically just information that pertains to like passwords and stuff for other things, like if you have a Facebook account or something. But most of that information is not necessarily that useful as evidence. It's really just kind of information that the phone would have. And again, maybe some pictures or something that's not encrypted on there. So you're not going to get probably text messages or those kind of things.
Now, most phones and most individuals have some kind of passcode on their phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if you do not have that passcode available to you, how are you able to access this more personal information, text messages, things like that?
Well, if the phone is in the AFU state, the after first unlock state, even if it's locked, a lot of the tools we have will get into it. They'll break it. We also have a method called brute force, where if you know how, if you type your passcode in, sometimes you type it in wrong, it'll say, sorry, that's wrong. You forget, you type it in again, it says you have to wait 1 minute. Well, we can get around that sometimes, and it can just try every number, and it'll try and brute force. But the tools can sometimes get past the AFU. They can sometimes, or the passcode in AFU, they can sometimes brute force, where we'll actually get the passcode. And if we do that, we can actually log into the phone, and it's as if you just had it in your hand using it, and we can get most of the data, if not all the data, off the phone at that time. And that's the tools really do that.
Okay, and you continue saying the word sometimes. None of this is guaranteed.
Right. It really depends on the model of the phone, the version of the operating system, the age, et cetera. There's a lot of variables.
Now, when you are able to extract information on the phone, what format is that information extracted in, and how is that, I guess, been passed over to investigators?
So what we do is, depending on the tool we use, whether it's like a gray key device or whether it's a Celebrite device, we will get an extraction, a binary extraction. It's a digital extraction. Once we get that, then we put it into a tool. We use right now a tool called Physical Analyzer. We bring that information into the Physical Analyzer, and then it goes through and it looks at all the data, and it kind of pulls out pertinent data based on the tool. So like text messages, emails, pictures, those kind of things. Pulls that out, and it'll create a report. And so what we do is we run it through Physical Analyzer, we create that report, and then we give that report and any other data in the phone, the devices, back to the detective.
Okay, so it looks a lot different than just picking up the phone and thumbing through it, looking at the messages.
Exactly. The tool actually breaks it down into the various groups. So you'll have all text messages, you'll have GPS location data, all that's separated out, so it's easier to see.
And when you receive a phone to, I guess, unlock or try to get into, is it accompanied with either a consent form or a search warrant that the detectives have signed?
Yes. When they bring the device up to us, there's a form we fill out, or they fill out for the request, and then they provide us the legal reason why they're getting to the phone, a search warrant or consent or whatever.
Now, in this case, we provided, I believe, 8 devices to extract.
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and you're aware that there are some other devices, but those are the 8 that you.
Yes.
Is that correct? Detective Hanning was been marked states 322 to 330. Are those your reports for those devices that you unlocked or attempted to unlock?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, state offer states 323 through 330 for all purposes.
What's that where's 320?
I said 323. Did I skip numbers
All right, well, let's go off the record. Mrs. Garza, do we have a 320?
Yes, Judge, it wasn't admitted, but it was offered. No, but you did offer it. I was gonna tell you how to break, Judge. 320 and 321. So she would start it. Yes, 18 and 19, it was just these two that like, and then, so she should start at 322.
Yes, and that's what she said.
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay, back on the record. All right, hold on. State's exhibits 320 and 321, those were items from the hotel room. Those are admitted for all purposes. And then State's exhibits 322 through 330. 330 are admitted for all purposes as well. Oh, did you object? I'm sorry. Tendering to defense counsel. Tendering to defense, okay, I'll hold my ruling.
But these are the records from the phones that were taken from Dykes.
Those are some of them from Dykes, some of them that were taken from
Judge, okay, you have a hearing, all right. I just want to make sure that, I believe I was informed the court earlier that we want to make sure we have a running objection to, in regards to the sufficiency of the arrest warrants in this case and the search warrants that led to the state obtaining this documentation. So, that we're contesting both the arrest warrant, the information contained in the arrest warrant, and the search warrants that, first of all, we believe the arrest warrants that led to our clients being detained, and then the search warrants that led to this information. So we just want to make sure we have a running objection.
All right, the court will grant your request for a running objection to the items discovered as a result of the search warrant and any items seized as a result of the arrest warrant for these guys.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, do you have any other objection other than that?
Well, Judge, I mean, I understand the court's position as far as any information contained from.
No, hold on, let's, ladies and gentlemen, jury, I'm gonna send you back to the jury room. Something just occurred to me. So, I will send you out for 15 minutes.
All right.
First thing we have, and then additional, is that what you offered?
Yes.
These are talking all on them.
He's not gonna talk about it, he's just talking about it being extracted.
So we're offering that for record purposes of this.
The affidavit for search warrant.
Yes. And the affidavit for search warrant and search warrant. Together.
All right, so the State's Exhibit 331, affidavit for search warrant and search warrant regarding the blue and purple wallway phones. The offered for record purposes is now admitted for record purposes. Okay. Did it work or no?
It is, Your Honor.
Oh, okay.
Okay, look at the state of that. It looks like they finished for the day. They're just putting stuff in. So that means we can go to the next trial. So, yeah, 12 people here. Thank you, people, for being here. We learned a lot about the trial. We're learning a lot about people here as well. Our members and our viewers. Let's see. Right. With that, we'll go over to the next channel. So I will close down and go straight over to day 4. Hopefully you can automatically join us. Come and join me on my faulty earphone over there and try and behave on the way. And with that, for you, Zachariah Anderson, let's see you on the other side. Take care.